Okay, President Proctor, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Today is August 18th, 2022, and I want to welcome everyone to the San Mateo-Foster City School District Board of Trustees meeting, calling the meeting to order at 5:31 p.m. We will go right into item number 2A, flag salute. So please stand and join me for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we will do roll call now. Trustee Watkins? Here. Trustee Corzo?
Here.
And Trustee Chin?
Here.
And I am also here. We'll move on to item 2C, approval of the agenda for tonight's meeting.
Motion to approve tonight's agenda.
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Watkins for the motion, and Trustee Chin for the second. All in favor, please unmute and say aye.
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 Okay, that's all four of us. We can move on to item 2D, which is approval of the minutes. 2D1 is June 9th and 2D2 is June 23rd.
I motion to approve the minutes for June 9th and June 23rd, 2022.
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Corzo for the motion and Trustee Watkins for the second. All in favor, please unmute and say aye.
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 Okay, everyone approves. We will move on to item 3A. Public statements related to non-agenda topics. The San Mateo-Foster City School Board cannot act upon any matter that has not been included and publicly posted on the agenda, except under limited circumstances as permitted by law. The board may refer matters raised in this forum to staff for investigation and/or action where appropriate. Please limit your statements to 3 minutes. And we have a handful. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in the audience here. Would anybody like to? Okay, then Peter, can we please go to Zoom where we have 25 participants?
Absolutely. If there's anybody in our Zoom audience that would like to make public comment, please use the raise your hand functionality in Zoom now. I'll call upon you one at a time in order, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the board. And as a reminder, again, this is for something that is not covered on the agenda for this evening. First, we have Julie. Julie, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Julie,
Okay.
go ahead.
Awesome. Oh, hi, my name is Julie Flores, and I'm speaking on behalf of the teachers at Beresford Elementary School. Earlier in the summer, it was brought to our attention that our beloved custodian, Mr. Jorge, would be involuntarily transferred for the school year. And after some pushback from some parents, it was decided that this would be revisited for the 2023-2024 school year. And I'm just bringing this to the public's attention in case other schools feel the same way about their custodian. Mr. Jorge has been at our school for the past 11 years. During his time there, he has formed relationships with the staff, the teachers, the parents, the families, and most importantly, the students. He's usually the first person to say hello to the students and families coming onto campus the first thing in the morning. He greets the kids by name and gives them a high five to start their day off on the right foot. He is multilingual, which allows him to communicate with the majority of the students on our campus throughout the day. He's out there at recess and lunch every day, helping with supervision and modeling for the students the expectations. If students are not acting as they should, he will redirect them. And sometimes if the students don't make good choices, they're assigned to help Mr. Jorge at recess and lunch as a natural consequence. He never makes them feel ashamed, but helps them reflect and make better choices. He's an extremely important multilingual male role model in our campus who is there all day, every day, and we need him to continue to be there for our students, our families, and ourselves. Mr. Jorge takes pride in his work. He keeps the school clean and tidy. He's not just a custodian, but he's a major part of the Beresford family. He always stops to say hello, to ask about what's going on in our lives. He tells us about his kids and what's going on with them. He shows us pictures and much more. He dresses up for Halloween and he never shares his costume, what his costume is going to be, but it's always a surprise and he never disappoints. Coming out of the pandemic, mental health is a major concern for everyone in our district. We've had multiple professional developments last year, so we know it's a top priority for our district. Mr. Jorge is a huge reason for the overall happy morale at Beresford. The kids count on his high fives and joking around about sports teams. The teachers count on his delicious food he brings in to share and his kind listening ear. As you know, the custodian and the secretary are the backbone of any school, and to take a piece away, that would be absolutely detrimental to the overall well-being of our community at Beresford. The whole school has worked tirelessly to create the community that we have. We're the smallest school in the district, and with the high turnover of principals that we've had in the past, we've worked hard to overcome this, and Jorge has been one of the constants on the campus that the kids look forward to seeing. He's going to be retiring within the next 5 years or so, and we want him at our school for the remainder of that time. Once he retires on his term, then we will happily accept another custodian into our welcoming family. But for now, we want Mr. Jorge to stay. We've heard that the reason comes down to equity, and it's not fair that some custodians have smaller schools than others. And again, that could be hearsay. But once someone accepts a position at a school, don't they already know what they're taking on? Just because Beresford is small, it doesn't mean that it's an easy job. We're usually the last on the rotation for summer cleaning. And by that time, many of the custodians are tired or burnt out from cleaning all the other rooms. But Mr. Jorge will go through each room, ensuring that each teacher's classroom is in acceptable condition. Okay, that's all I'm going to say because my time is out. But thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Okay, President Proctor, we have no other hands for public comment.
Okay, thank you so much. Item 3B is public statements related to agenda items. Persons will be called on at the appropriate time. So we can go right into item 3C, which is the foundation and committee reports. Anyone have anything to report?
I can jump in. I haven't been able to attend the last couple of Ed Foundation meetings, but just would take this as an opportunity to highlight the gala that will be on October 21st, I believe. And if there's anyone that's still interested in getting involved in any capacity, we are looking for volunteers. We're continuing to look for sponsorships, continuing to look for folks that would like to donate to the silent and live auctions. So if you know anybody or interested, please have them, or you can reach out to me directly.
Any other committee reports?
I will just share that the Sanctuary Task Force took a well-deserved break over the summer and will be starting with meetings every 2 weeks fairly soon. I don't have the exact date right in front of me, but I'm happy to share out when I know more dates.
Thank you. And I'll just report that the Equity Task Force is going to meet on Tuesday, the 23rd from 7 o'clock. Okay, we can go on to item 3D, announcements. Item 3E is the superintendent report, please.
Thank you, President Proctor, members of the board, and community members from San Mateo-Foster City. You all can hear me very weirdly, but so it sounds like I'm speaking to myself here, but just want to comment on my pride and my thankfulness to all of our teachers and classified staff members, all of our administrators, and the wonderful people who work on behalf of schools in the district, and acknowledge that we're 6 days into school. Our kids are healthy. Our campuses look wonderful after a summer of really beautiful work that took place in terms of installing HVAC in numerous campuses all over the district, and the many, many summer projects that took place over the summer. And to just see kids back on campus with their teachers and with their friends is a really beautiful thing to see. And it all happens because the wonderful people who work in this district are all working together to make this a reality. And I'll keep it really short this month, but that's my report for tonight.
Thank Thank you for the report. We will move on to item 4, proposed consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are considered by the board to be routine and will be enacted by the board in one motion in the form listed below. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items be moved and discussed on the consent agenda. The superintendent and staff recommend approval of all consent items. Movement of any recommended consent item is appropriate at this time. Anyone would like to forward items? Oh. Anyone in the room who would like to forward items? Okay, let me check with the Zoom group. Can you hear me?
Yes, sorry about that.
Okay, sorry.
If
Ken
there are
says my
members of
audio's
the
not right.
public that would like to pull any agenda items from the consent and make comment, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now, and I'll call upon you and ask you what specific item you'd like to pull. Okay, President Proctor, we have no hands for the consent items.
Okay, entertain a motion if anyone's ready.
I'll motion to approve the consent agenda.
A second.
Thank you, Trustee Chin, for the motion and Trustee Watkins for the second. All in favor, please unmute and say aye.
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 Okay, everyone has approved. We can move on to item 5A. Notice of public hearing preliminary environmental assessment report for the new school in North Central.
Yes, good evening. If you can, you're open to the public hearing, and this is we're pleased to bring this forward to you. It's a preliminary environmental assessment report for the new school in North Central. This is the first step we're taking towards construction at site. So we provided to the board and to the public a copy of the preliminary environmental assessment report, and this is an opportunity for the public to comment on that report to you and to us. It's our recommendation the Board of Trustees receive public comments on the preliminary environmental assessment report for the new school in North Central.
Thank you. I'm opening the public hearing at 5:44 p.m. Would anybody in the room like to make any comments on this? Okay, Peter, can we check with people to see if they have any comments on this?
Absolutely. If there's any members of the public who are joining us via Zoom and would like to make comment, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, President Proctor, we have no hands for the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. I shall close the public hearing at 5:44 p.m. Okay, moving on. 5B, impact of enacted state budget on San Mateo-Foster City School District 2022-2023 budget.
Yes, we're also really pleased to share this information tonight. We have outlined for you and for the public a recap of the new source of funds, which were not in our June budget that you adopted. And this is at the tail end of June when the state budget was adopted. There are several ongoing resources which the state has enacted and some one-time resources for us as well. They include expanded learning opportunities program funding. It's estimated we're going to see about $5.7 million. Our special ed funding base rate has increased to $820 per ADA, and we're working with our SELPA to determine the actual final impact to our district. Homeschool transportation, we estimate that we may receive approximately $2 million in funding relative to the homeschool transportation funds and expenses we experience currently. School nutrition, there's funding for universal access to subsidized meals. We're serving 2 meals a day. And our staff's doing a tremendous job these first couple of days of school, serving all these kids. For childcare and preschool, the enacted budget provides some additional funding for new slots, rate increases, and through June of 2023, there are waivers available for family fees. So those are some of the ongoing resources, and the one-time resources include $9 million for a learning recovery emergency block grant. And there's a $6.4 million estimated amount we'll receive for the arts, music, and instructional materials discretionary block grant. So we'll be incorporating these dollars into your first interim budget to reflect these changes. We'll work with the superintendent and staff in our community to break these down as we get more details about how they're to be distributed amongst our community. And looking forward to seeing the tremendous impact it has for our students in our community. So that's a quick update for you on the enacted state budget and the changes from the budget that we adopted in June.
Thank you. Do we have any clarifying questions? Okay. Any public comment here? You guys, just let me know.
Okay, if there are any members of the public that would like to make comment on this item, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, we have no hands for public comment.
Thank you. Are there any board comments? Okay.
Just really quickly, I know, Patrick, you mentioned this, but just to kind of reiterate that I think it's really important for us to continue to circle back to the community around how we're planning to utilize the money. So just highlighting those conversations being really important as we move forward.
Any other comments? Okay, we didn't have to vote on that. It was just information. Okay, then we can go on to item 6A, Human Resources Update.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay? All right, excellent. Well, thank you for inviting me here this evening to report to you on our Human Resources Department. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with you so that you can see our presentation. Okay, so for today's agenda, we're going to be talking about staffing, some of the challenges that we're facing in today's age, how we're planning to address those challenges. We're going to talk a little bit about our CSEA and SMETA partners, and of course, the work that's ahead for us. Okay, so currently, right now, we have new hires that are certificated in the amount of 97, which is approximately 20 higher than last year. And for management, we have 17, which is 7 higher than our hiring last year. I would like to point out that these numbers reflect on the certificated group, a 60% increase in Hispanic hiring, a 30% increase in Asian American hiring, and a 33% increase in hiring of multi-ethnic people. So our current challenges for today are that we have recruiting issues and that our workforce is not currently representing the diversity of our students. So we are going to be making a big push to resolve that, and I'll explain how we're going to do that in the coming slides. We are working towards addressing vacancies by using data. That is also a current challenge for us, and maintaining a consistent group of not just permanent subs, but all substitute teachers. One way that we're going to work on the staffing issues is to start our staffing process very early on. We're going to be starting approximately in November. And we're going to be working on, getting a report on the allocations for budgeting. We will be working on figuring out what the student body is going to be like for the following year. And then we will move on into figuring out how many people we're going to be hiring for the year. And we'll do that early on so that when January comes around, we'll know who we want to hire, and we'll be out there in the community recruiting for those folks. So the demographic data, this current demographic data illustrates who our students are in the district and who our current staff are in the district. And you can see that there is a disparity currently. Like I said, we're working towards hiring more staff that more closely match who our student body are. So addressing our challenges, we have very fabulous relationships with our SMETA and CSEA partners. We have developed several MOUs so far this year that will help with recruitment and retention, as well as safety of our staff while they're here at work and students. I'd really like to thank CSEA and SMETA for being here to help students and to be really partners in problem solving. When they come with an issue, 9 times out of 10, they've already got a resolution in mind, and the district really appreciates that. That's very, very proactive. We are working towards forming more residency programs. Currently, we have a residency program with Elder College, and there are several opportunities out there that we can partake in to get more residents into our classrooms. Another way that we're going to outreach is to San Jose State, San Francisco State, Cal State East Bay, and CSUMB to create partnerships with them so that we can come to their classrooms and give talks to their students and hand out information about our district and recruit with them very early on as well. And that's something that can start in October and November when they come back for their classes. We have also been at Music in the Park recruiting and at the food truck in Foster City. We are recruiting at all of our middle schools. We went to the Maze Days for the middle schools. We'll also be going to elementary back to school nights as well as they happen, so that we can really pull in our community to help us with recruiting their family members, their neighbors, just putting the word out so that we do gather more diversity in our workforce, and so that they more closely match who our students are. So the work ahead, we will be aligning all of our work ahead with our strategic plan that the board has approved. It's a very dynamic plan that is multi-tiered and focuses on making sure that students are getting what they need in order to succeed academically and socio-emotionally. And HR's part is to do things like hiring TOSAs and inclusion TOSA, math TOSAs. We've already hired 5 new math TOSAs for this school year to serve our students. We have made it so that all of our administrators can be our partners in hiring, screening and hiring new staff. So they do have access, unlimited access to EdJoin, which is the system that we use in order to screen new applicants and set up interviews. We have a hiring panel that we are going to be developing with some other partners at our district office. And there will be professional development that will be planned all around cultural humility and staffing diversity. Another thing we're going to be doing is getting together with other district staff to create a recruitment plan for HR and for the district as a whole, so that when we go out to represent the district, we are doing so in a consistent and professional manner that draws people into us, and so that we can gather some folks that we're going to be able to retain in the future. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your time. I invite any questions you might have. And thank you again.
Thank you so much. Do we have any clarifying questions from the board?
I just have a question about our permanent substitutes. We, I believe, a couple months ago increased our pay for permanent substitutes, and I was wondering if you could tell me what that hourly rate is again, or what the daily rate is. Do we know what that is?
Yes.
If not, you can tell me later. It's fine.
Yes, it's $250 a day. And I will add that we currently have 22 permanent substitute teachers, and we are recruiting for another 14. We're going to be looking for some more. We want our schools to be well stocked with substitute teachers.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering if you could share a little bit if you have particular goals and metrics around hiring, particularly as it pertains to increasing diversity. I know it's a goal, but I was just wondering if we had particular metrics around what we're hoping to do over the next couple of years. And if you could share a little bit more about how we're planning to do that.
Yeah, our goal is really to have our staff reflect who our students are, so that when they see someone in front of them, either teaching or as a paraprofessional or a principal, that they can see themselves in that person. There's a lot of research out there that shows that that's a very valuable thing for students to see, especially in their early years. As far as what we're going to do, the actual plan, we are going to be getting together in the month of September and have a number of 2 to 3 hour meetings to design a specific process for what we are going to do. But I can tell you that we will not only be going to, all the neighborhood universities, but we're going to go to places where there are people of color that we can recruit. There's African American associations, Hispanic associations, the CABE Conference, California Association of Bilingual Educators. There are all kinds of places that we can go to find professionals of color who want to work with our students. And so that will be a priority for us, and we will continue that priority until there is not a disparity between who our teachers and paraeducators are and who our students are.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I just had a question about some of the recent hiring and whether we've been able to hire like more local teachers, or I think that would be like an interesting data point, right? How many teachers and staff are we able to hire that already live in the Bay Area versus, how far out do we have to go to look for folks?
And you're absolutely right. That is a data point that we will be gathering in the future. I don't have that at my fingertips, but I can tell you that one of the barriers for local teachers is the housing cost.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions? Okay, we can go to public comment. Anyone in the room? Okay, Peter, can we check with the people on Zoom?
Absolutely. If there's any members of the public that have comment on this item, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay. President Proctor, we have no hands for public comment.
Okay, then we will come back to board comments.
Okay, fine. I'll go first. I appreciate the presentation. I think it's, it's shouldn't be controversial to say that we would like our teachers and staff to reflect our student population, but it can be, right? It can be a little bit uncomfortable because, that means that there's going to be a shift in the overall demographics of our staff in the long run. So I just want to name that. But I think we all recognize why it's so important. And, there's like pretty clear data out there that when we have a staff that is more reflective of our students, that we can get to better educational outcomes. And so I just want to, support this effort. And and always welcome like the conversation from the community and staff and our leadership if there's ever any like questions or concerns, because it's, it can be like a difficult process to go through a little bit. And then I also just want to name that at times, right, like getting to a place where demographics more closely reflect students is important. And, sometimes it's not the most important thing, right? The most important thing always is, do we have really well qualified educators that can help our kids get to where they need and want to be. So it's like a balancing act. And I'll wrap up with that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll echo that. It's been something we've been talking about in this district for a while. The Equity Task Force for a couple of years was focused on staffing. I know it's something that's going to be back before the task force in terms of discussion. I think it's really important. I think, a couple of thoughts. One is just as we continue, I hope that we continue to get updates on kind of how it's going and how we're actually seeing this change our hiring practices, retention, right? Every element of it, who's entering the pipeline, who stays in the pipeline, like who's staying in our district. I also think about just at what levels, right? So how does our like entry teachers, and then how does that match up to who our administrators are, right? Because we know that across all organizations is a challenge. And I know, we've talked about that. Definitely something I know that for Superintendent Ochoa is really important. And we've seen some of those shifts already. So I'm appreciative of that and look forward to just us really thinking about, it's not just blanketly, does this match, but where does it match and where doesn't it match and why? There's a lot to unpack there, I think, as we all know. There was something else. Two other pieces. One is just, I think important for, I would like to know, and then I also just think it's important for a community, as we think about kind of when do we plan to gather information or, stakeholder engagement, right? So for example, like sharing with the community that the Equity Task Force is a place where that's going to be discussed. Are there other points that it's going to be discussed, and just kind of laying that out so folks know when and how they're able to engage, and then when and how they're going to get information about what's happening with it, I think is just important for folks to know. Because again, I know it's something that's been on the radar for a while. I know you mentioned doing a little bit more to track and analyze recruitment and retention, which has also been a conversation. So I'm appreciative of that and just looking forward to learning a little bit more about that. I mean, I think the more granular we can get in data and being able to have that conversation, the better, in terms of, I know Trustee Corzo and I in the past have, met with some of our educators of color around some of the challenges that they've had in our district. And I just, again, think it's just important to really break that down, right? It's working for who and why, and what does that mean that we need to do? So appreciate the conversation and the attention to this challenge that, we're not unique in facing, but we can be unique in actually doing something about it, right? So thank you.
Superintendent Ochoa.
Thank you, President Proctor. I want to share one example from this summer. Our new Director of Equity and Inclusion, Nancy Bowie, and myself got invited to visit a program that happens at Beresford Elementary School every summer. And it's in conjunction with it's a summer enrichment camp that kids from our community, the greater community, go and do, you know, a couple of weeks of science and art. It's really actually a very powerful program. And so we show up and we're there to look at this program and, you know, see what it might teach us or show us about how to get kids engaged in some hands-on learning. But, you know, as administrators, we're always recruiting, you know, so if you introduce me to anyone in your family, I'm going to ask them what they do for a living and try to figure out how to get them on the team. So we come across one of their employees. She's, you know, young person, you know, college age. So we start chatting this person up and she says, I grew up in Foster City. I went to Bowditch Middle School. I went to San Mateo High. I'm getting my master's degree in occupational therapy. I live in the area. I want to work in the area. And we have our director of special ed is in the audience. We have years where we can't hire occupational therapists. This is a BIPOC individual who lives in our neighborhood, who does something we desperately need. So the one thing I want to comment on our new assistant superintendent and John Cosmos and what they're doing as a team is they're really taking it to the community. They're going to these events to talk to people because so many of these one-on-one conversations lead to a conversation that says, you know, I've always wanted to work in schools. I've always wanted to work for the district. So I hope in a matter of months when this person graduates from their university, we're able to bring the person on board and have our own internal OT who lives in our community, knows the families here, represents the kids who go to school here. So it's really a very powerful example of how our efforts are data informed. They're certainly regional, but also they're super local. We want to get in front of our community and talk to folks about working for the San Mateo-Foster City School District.
I was just going to comment on the creative ways that we are reaching out to people. And just thank you, Diana, for your presentation. And I appreciate that you're attending community events, but also going to schools. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Sorry. So I was just in a meeting at Bowditch. It was a parent meeting and 3 of the parents couldn't come to the meeting because they're working in our schools. And I thought that was pretty cool that that parents, you know, if anyone cares about our kids, it's parents, right? They want to make sure our schools are great. And so I think going to back to school nights and all those things are awesome ways to recruit people, and being out in the community and meeting local people is another way. So I just appreciate all the effort here, and looking forward to hearing more updates as we get through the year. And also, I in all of the presentations and all the conversations we have, I really love that we're weaving the strategic plan into everything that we do, which is the goal. And so I'm glad it's happening. So thank you. Okay, I made a little mistake and we haven't heard from SMETA, CSEA, and SMEA. So I was wondering if anyone would mind making a motion to go back to item 3C so we can hear from them and have that.
Motion to return to 3C to get our updates.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Watkins and Trustee Chin. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay. Go for it. It's
Sorry. Yes. So translation announcement also we need to still do. So bienvenidos a todos. Si ocupan traducción, por favor levanten la mano o también pueden hacer clic en su pantalla en el icono del globo o del mundo para cambiar su idioma ahí. Gracias.
I can go first. I was actually okay with that because I didn't have anything to update you on this time because we haven't actually met as a chapter yet this school year. but I did want to take the opportunity to thank all of the district staff members that came out the first couple of days of school to help support all of the sites. It was really nice. I was definitely cracking jokes about the pics or it didn't happen selfies that were going on, but we all really appreciate all of the help. I know Heather Morgan was at my site along with Dr. Margaret Heredia, and they were very helpful. And then throughout the day, different people were rolling through. So we all really appreciate it. The office definitely appreciated it because, as you know, it's pretty crazy at the beginning of school in the offices. So thank you all. That's all I have.
Hello, everyone. I'm also pretty brief today. My name is Kathy. I'm new president of SMETA. And I just wanted, we also haven't met as a whole group yet, but I do want to say we've definitely had a good first, I think, almost full week of school now. We're kind of getting into the swing of everything. I definitely wanted to welcome our 97 plus new teachers and TOSAs and counselors and psychologists that have joined us this year. Definitely, I think a real shout out goes to all of those teachers that were just spent a lot of time this summer going through professional development. I know a lot of us got trained either in June. There were a lot of us in the first week of August as well as putting together our classrooms. Some of us at the very last second due to all the construction that was happening at all the sites, unpacking those boxes and moving back, resetting up our rooms right before school started. I'm really looking forward to this year. I think that hoping for more of a return back to school as what we used to know, although we do know that COVID is still there, and we want to make sure that we have that safe and welcoming environment for all of our members and students for sure. But really looking forward to implementing some of the new things that we have done. I know our middle school teachers have almost started their first or ended their first full week of block scheduling. So looking forward to see how that comes through, as well as everything that we will be implementing this coming year. So thank you, everyone. That's all I have.
I think we can hear you guys.
Can you hear us? Yes, okay, go for it.
Greetings, Superintendent, Board of Trustees, and community members. I'm Amanda Driscoll, principal at Baywood Elementary. And next to me is our Director of School Leadership, Dr. Christian Rubach-Alba. We're here to represent the administrators of our school district. For members of the community who are joining us for the first time tonight, you'll notice 2 administrators at each and every board meeting to deliver a greeting and update.
Thank you, Amanda. Our association recently underwent a major restructuring and evolution. We are now known as the San Mateo-Foster City Administrators Association, making it more inclusive by ensuring that our title includes both the regions and cities of San Mateo and Foster City. In the process of restructuring, we assembled an Administrators Association board, of which we are both members. And this is also inclusive, right? We have representatives from principals, assistant principals, coordinators, directors, a part of this board. Our collective vision is to empower, champion, and lift the voices of our administrators in support of students, families, and school communities here in San Mateo-Foster City School District. As Amanda, my colleague here, mentioned, at each board meeting, you will hear from 2 admin representing their schools and delivering the community greeting, as she will just be doing in a moment.
Administrators across our schools have had a really strong positive start to the school year, welcoming new and returning families to our sites. We're coming up on our back to school night presentations and other community building events. At Baywood, excuse me, over the summer, we had a summer full of professional development opportunities preparing us to carry out all of the actions and strategies in our strategic plan, and we're so excited to start this work. At Baywood, we're working on establishing our routines, building strong, positive classroom communities, and getting to know each other in our classrooms and in our community. On Friday, we held our first PBIS assembly, where we established and revisited our school-wide agreements and had a chance to talk really specifically about what it means to be safe, respectful, responsible, and a learner at Baywood. Thank you so much for your attention this evening. It is an honor to serve in San Mateo-Foster City School District.
Thank you for all of those updates. And I won't forget next time. Sorry. Okay, moving back to where we were in the agenda, we'll go to item 7A, report on California assessment of student performance and progress.
Proctor, David Chambliss, Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services. Give me a minute and I will share my screen with you. So it's my pleasure this evening to spend a few minutes with you actually sharing what were our preliminary results on our state assessment from this past spring, which we know of as the CASP assessment. I emphasize preliminary in that this is data that is shared with us in advance by the state. We get a chance to have an early look and make sense of it, even while the state does some final cleanup and ultimately in a couple of weeks of posting to the state website where we can see more complete data. What I'm going to propose tonight is just really kind of a headlines approach, some of the high-level takeaways. We're looking forward to the fact that next month we're going to have a special session with you where we're going to get a chance to go into more detail and kind of follow the breadcrumbs as to where we think this data leads. You'll see here overview of the data. On the left is English language arts. Please note that there are 4 sort of rankings or achievement points for students. Did they not meet? Did they nearly meet? Did they meet or did they exceed state standard? On the left is English language arts and on the right is mathematics. Again, the sort of the standard data point that is often looked at is combining the green and the blue to get an overall percentage of met or exceeded. You'll see here something very important that all of us have been spending a lot of time thinking about over the last couple of years, which is what was the impact of the pandemic? And to what extent did our students experience learning loss that might be evident in our state scores? So you'll see here our 2019 CASP data, which was the assessment right before the year, which was interrupted, and the following year, 2 years really, that were interrupted by the pandemic compared to our most recent data. And one of the things that we're very anxious about is because this is preliminary data, we don't yet have the ability to compare it to the state overall or even to nearby school districts. So we're anxious to understand, what is as a state and what are other districts experiencing in their performance. We're hearing anecdotally rather significant drops in student performance. You'll see here, for example, that we've experienced a drop from 2019 of 4 percentage points. We think within the context of what we're hearing about the challenges of learning loss, that this is actually a rather modest loss and hopefully indicative of some good learning that is occurring over the last couple of years. But we don't know for sure yet until we get the actual published data. So we'll be watching that closely. Want to give you a chance to look at this now broken down in a comparison way by grade level. So each pair of bar charts here, the left one compares, for example, the third grade in 2019 to the third grade in 2022, and then you'll see a pair for fourth and a pair for fifth. And basically what we're looking at here at elementary school is either improvement actually in the percentage of students meeting or exceeding standard, which happened in third grade, or basically holding serve, so to speak. And so again, with this question of, is this incredibly positive because we didn't experience really any learning loss as evident in this data? That's a question that we want to return to. But in our data, we're not seeing a learning loss. And in fact, we're seeing some improvement. And if you look at sixth through eighth grade, you see, some similar data. There's a slight learning loss we would describe in sixth grade, and in seventh and eighth is, approximately holding serve. So again, those same questions that we're looking to answer. Here it is by our various student groups, including racial ethnic groups, as well as English learner and so-called socioeconomically disadvantaged. Of course, as we've highlighted in our strategic plan, we have some significant equity gaps that we hope to address through our strategic plan. This data affirms that, yes, those are still significant and urgent that we address those. Here actually is a few of those equity groups, and here we're really highlighting for you, I think, areas of growth in our equity work. You can see from 2019 to 2022 that there actually is a modest increase in the performance of our Black African-American students, similarly as highlighted for English learners and our special education students. So again, not only no learning loss, but actual improvement for these groups. Let's turn to math overall. You'll see here a 2019 to 22 comparison. And again, a modest decrease that we're hoping to understand in more detail. Here are a few slides that allow us to do that. Again, this is that sort of third in 2019 to third in 2022. Allison, I see you smiling at our Lego work here. This is just, affirming another aspect of our strategic plan, which is the Lego work and STEM work in general. What you'll see here actually is, again, kind of pretty exciting that in third grade, there was a very substantial increase, and in fourth grade as well. And fifth grade, even more, a 7 percentage point improvement over our 2019. So in elementary math, we see very substantial, again, no learning loss and actually substantial gains. And here it is in sixth to eighth grade. And note kind of the same phenomenon that in sixth grade, we saw a nice improvement in our scores. And in seventh and eighth, essentially, the same performance as in 2019. Here are our math scores by student group, again, highlighting the equity concerns that we have as a district and we're committed to correcting. Let me also come back to those same three groups and again, kind of from a highlights point of view, very nice improvements actually for all three groups. And just to note that that our English learners and special education students, even overall, if we look at approaching the almost or nearly meeting standard, we have an overall shift upward. And that's a very high level overview for you. And again, looking forward to coming back and going into more detail.
Back to mute. David, if I can chime in here, one of the things that we are deepening our practice in the district among yourself, your team, and Ed Services, we have a new coordinator for assessment, research, and evaluation. Her name is Kyla Jimenez. I want to acknowledge her because she did some excellent work. She had about 15 minutes to get ready to do this work, and she jumped in and got started on it. She's very talented, and she's a wonderful addition to the team. But one thing we wanted to know was when we had students who were with us in 2018-19, the last school year before we had the pandemic interrupt our educational system. And those students would have been in 3rd grade in 2018-19, which means they would have been in 4th grade in 1920, the year that the pandemic cut it short. Then they would have been in 5th grade in 2021, which means they were in 6th grade in 21-22. So as much as we enjoy a nice pie chart and a nice bar chart, we were really interested in finding out when children were with us when they were in 3rd grade before the pandemic and took a test for us, how many of those students stayed with us? Because I think we all know in this community, a lot of kids didn't return after the pandemic for a huge number of reasons. I think there's a fair amount of thought in the community that families with the means to do so pulled their kids and put them into private schools or parochials or online schools with tutoring support. And so it's just not going to be a mystery anymore. We have a school board special study session on September 1st in here that will also be on YouTube and is focused on what we're calling equity-focused student achievement analysis. So what I'm going to present that night and we're going to talk about as a group is the fact that there were about 215 kids who were with us when they were in 3rd grade and then didn't return back after the pandemic and didn't take their 6th grade math test for us. And those 215 students exceeded or met standards in math when they were in 3rd grade. So it stands to reason that they would likely also, for the most part, do pretty well on their 6th grade math test. But they're not in our district anymore. So we would think, oh, our 6th grade math test scores are really going to drop down because we lost such a big group of kids who, when they were in 3rd grade, were meeting, and in many cases, 144 kids exceeding standards. And we didn't see that. And what we were able to show was that the overwhelming majority of kids who were with us in 3rd grade and were meeting or exceeding standards are also meeting or exceeding standards now in 6th grade. And many of them who weren't meeting or exceeding standards are now meeting or exceeding standards. And it'll be all very clear that night. It's gonna be really good conversation for us to have, because I think as parents, all of us are interested in the long game, right? Like, where is my child going to be when they leave the San Mateo-Foster City School District? And we're really excited about the reforms we put in place in 6th grade last year, specifically in math. The systems that we put in place to get teachers working together and the new instructional strategies we really promoted, along with the heterogeneous grouping, which I think we're going to be able to jump, both feet first and really dig into that conversation. I know Trustee Watkins is really ready for that conversation. And I think we're excited to have the community be a part of that conversation.
Thank you so much. Do we have any clarifying questions from the board?
Can you remind me one more time, what was you said is it a study session or a special study session? Okay. Can we say that one more time just for any folks on Zoom or in person?
September 1st, special study session, 5:30 p.m. Thursday. It's basically 2 Thursdays from now. And it'll be single topic, 2.5 to 3 hours, focused on these test results with a really sharp focus on equity.
Thank you. I'm excited.
Okay. Are there any public comments from the room? Okay, Peter, can we please check with the Zoom group?
Absolutely. If there's any members of our Zoom audience that would like to make comment on this item, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, President Proctor, we have no hands for public comment.
Thank you so much. Let's come back to the board for comments.
Thank you for the presentation, David. The subgroup data looks really good. I'm just curious, when I look at the ELA data for elementary to middle, and you stress that actually we've gone up in elementary, third, fourth, and fifth, and just anecdotally, it looks like we went down in middle school. I'm wondering if we could kind of pinpoint like where it was exactly, because this is just looking at it now and before this meeting, but generally, I mean, overall the subgroups look really great. I'm just wondering where we might dig a little deeper to figure out what happened there. And of course, COVID, I think, 4% drop is, it'd be very curious to see how other school districts did, especially in our county. But that's, I would say, is probably pretty good in my mind. It's a lot lower than I thought it was going to be. So I just wanted to hear your thoughts in terms of, where maybe we did drop.
Well, maybe let me make sure I'm answering your question correctly. Stop me if I'm not. I mean, part of it, I think at the elementary level, we began some preliminary work last year on what's now in the strategic plan around foundational literacy. So in training teachers, in the Orton-Gillingham method, even instituting kind of a bridge foundational literacy strategy with Hegarty. And I think some of that really, resulted in some, filling some gaps that we had that resulted in some of the improvements. I think you also would see in the strategic plan that in the coming couple of years, we want to take a better look, actually, go through a pilot and adoption process with our ELA curriculum in middle school. I think the alignment we're looking for in middle school around the ELA curriculum is not where we would like it to be. And so our director, Kenyatta Cook, is going to be launching a process this year, first with kind of a deep dive with the piloting team around culturally responsive curriculum and practices, and then coming back to you all really in about a year and a few months with a proposal for adoption of a new curriculum, combined with some I think instructional strategies. So I think we're seeing kind of the middling data at middle school and saying, yeah, we think we have a sense of why that might be and how we're going to address it. So did that answer your question? I want to.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think I maybe wasn't as clear either too, but no, I think it's great. I think the overall message essentially is that there was a drop, obviously, and we knew that. Everywhere up and down the state, everyone's been trying to quantify the learning loss, and so I think that in my mind, 4% is actually well. I'll hold my comments on that until we actually know what everybody else did. But yeah, no, thank you for that presentation.
Yeah, and just an add, I think some of the performance we're seeing with our English learner students in middle school, for example, the improvements there, and with our special education is really some program focusing, the ELD classes that we've implemented over the last few years. And I know the special education team's efforts there. So I think it's the result of good work, focused on the gaps that we have.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation. I'm really excited to dig into all of this in more depth in a couple of weeks. Just, I guess, a couple of comments that aren't necessarily to be addressed tonight, but things that I hope that we can dig into at that time. I know that we'll be digging into data with more granularity, which is going to be great, and be able to have some of those concentrated conversations. I believe we set target, or you all set targets for growth as a part of LCAP. I'd be curious to know what those were, and line them up to where we are. And for that to be a part of the conversation, right? Are we tracking towards those goals? Do they need to be more ambitious based on the fact that maybe we didn't have as much learning loss as we thought we might? Like, how does that all fit together? And where are we, against that? I am super interested to see what other folks are doing kind of as a bar, but also, I think there's kind of two pieces to this. I think it's worth like taking a pause and reflecting and celebrating, which we're starting to do a little bit around some of the games that have happened, and specifically tying that to what we have done as a district to do that, right? And I know you can't always draw a one-to-one, but there were a lot of things that were implemented this year to kind of try to mitigate learning loss, right? And you all and our educators and our staff should take a moment to pat themselves on the back for some of that work, because it was a lot, right? There were a lot of changes, new curriculum, there were, the math interventions, like there was a ton of stuff that we asked everyone to do and to pivot. And, if our hypotheses are right about how potentially our district performed as it relates to just the state average, the local average, the national average, right? That's something to celebrate so there's that piece, right? And then of course, while there's been improvements in our subgroups, like we're still looking at 20% of kids that are, 80% of kids that are not meeting standard, for example, in special education around that, right? Like that's still not okay. And we still have a lot of work to do, and we have to have that conversation for sure. But I think starting with kind of what we're doing well, and then what of that can we take over into some of these other places, and then having that equity conversation around how we continue to get better. And while these games were great, if I'm a kindergarten parent of a student in special education, I'm and I'm thinking about this level of growth over the next, I'm not feeling super optimistic about what's going to happen for my kid, right, in the next 6 to 8 years, if I'm looking at this level of growth. And so how are there ways that we can continue to accelerate that? And I know that these are conversations that are happening, and I know it's built into the plan, and I know all of the things that we're doing are in service of that. But yeah, so those are some of the things that I'm just thinking about in terms of the conversation, and how can we bring some of those pieces into the conversation that we're having in a couple of weeks. And then I think there were targets too, right? So we know, like, for example, 6th grade math and the changes that we made there. Are there kind of places where we can almost do like little case studies and showcase that both to us, right? In terms of like, there were difficult decisions that were made. Were those the right decisions? Do we have any idea about kind of where that lays? It seems like we have an inkling from this around like 6th grade doing well, as it relates even to 7th and 8th grade, right? Can we zoom in on that? I don't know if I'm trying to think if there are other places where those things happen. I mean, 6th grade math obviously stands out to me, but so those are a couple of just initial thoughts, but I appreciate the initial overview, and hopefully have a really fruitful conversation in a couple weeks.
What I think is great about having this in depth of a conversation and doing it in a special study session where the public can call in, comment, watch, listen to the real thought process behind it. I met with David and our new coordinator for math, Amy Burke. She's an excellent, seasoned, experienced math teacher who was one of our instructional TOSAs last year, and this year has become the coordinator. And we said, all right, let's look at the tutoring program we put in place last year. We ran the Math Boost program, served a couple hundred kids district-wide, did one in the fall, one in the spring. But because we're now a data-informed district, we kept the data on who participated in the program. Because now that we have the test score data, we looped back to check to see how the kids who were in our program did on their state tests. Now, I think we'll all acknowledge the number one most important thing to impact the students' test scores is always going to be the classroom instruction and their experience in school. But we shouldn't ignore the impact of a tutoring program and what that might do to correlate to a student's success. So we found close to 150 kids who participated in our Math Boost program nearly met or exceeded the standards in math. So we sat there for a couple of minutes and just kind of celebrated. We're excited. And then I said, well, let me break this down by school. So I started to look for schools. I'll give kudos to George Hall Elementary School. They had about 25 kids participate in the program. 19 of those 25 nearly met or exceeded. That's wonderful. So now I want to find out just a little bit more about how it was implemented there and what pieces they felt really mattered, and really go deeper into the program that took place there. So we sat together for a couple more minutes and I said, you know what, I'm kind of curious to know how many of the students whose English language development level was at the top benefited from the tutoring program. And guess what we found? If you had a higher English language development level, you were more likely to make that growth in math. So then we sit together and we go, we have to put more supports in for our kids who are not at that level. So it's this data-informed approach is allowing us to go and keep pulling layers away and say, okay, I think I can now take this program that's so promising and acknowledge that for kids who don't have higher level English language skills, it didn't really meet their needs as well as it met those who did. So let's do something to just adjust that program that little bit and see what we might be able to produce in the next round of achievement results. And I think that's what's exciting about how we're engaging in this data-informed practice. And I just wanted to preview that those are the kind of in-depth conversations we're going to have as a team on September 1st, Thursday at 5:30 in here.
I was just going to comment really quickly because my comments were similar to Trustee Watkins in being curious what our goals were, obviously, and then what our goals are going to be. And I think one, just because I'm not an educator, I don't quite know what would be a meaningful increase, right? Like, so we have our goals, and I don't know, is 3% something to aim for? Is 10%? And so it's hard to know going forward what would be a big deal and what would be exciting. And obviously any increase would be exciting, but how do our goals relate to what would be meaningful and achievable? And then my other question or comment was, I think over the summer, a lot of us received these CAS scores from our kids in Aries, and continuing to remind parents, okay, so say you have a child that didn't meet the standards for 2 subjects. What are those resources? What do we do from here? Because it could be, a little scary when you check the results and it's not something that you were hoping for, and not knowing where to turn. I'm thinking in particular middle school, just because there's so many teachers that see your child. It's not like there's that one teacher that you can go to and say, how do I help him or her? But I'm sure everybody has those same concerns. So just continuing to remind people what the resources are and how we can help our kids. But thank you very much. I'm looking forward to this September 1st meeting.
Oh my goodness. I was encouraging Ken to speak and I didn't realize that he already did. I'm sorry, I totally was listening, but so I will just quickly add that I'm excited to see this preliminary data and to dig into it. I think I'm proud of the fact that we are really looking at the past 3 years and at where we are now, so that we can pull those lessons out, because we're doing that for our kids, so that we, pull those stories out of the data about what they've actually experienced in the classroom and in their educational outcomes. And it's so important because we have made some changes, and as the largest school district in our county, I think it's important that we remember that we can be leaders in our county, right? And we can take these lessons and share them, and the positive impact that it'll have on students will increase exponentially. And, to Allison's point about test scores and school just starting, and it probably wasn't until like last year that I even, I'm gonna be super transparent, right? Like I go to all of my son's parent teacher conferences and I ask lots of questions, but I never realized that I could pull out his like state test scores out of Aries. And I'm like, I didn't realize that. And I've been a school board member for almost 5 years. And now I'm like, every parent that I know, I'm like, did you know you can, just like making sure people know that and how to actually get to it. I think because usually I'd like look at it on my phone, and then looking at it on a computer is different, like easier to navigate. But kind of also to Diego, your point earlier about the correlation between, how like language-based math is, and it makes me think about students that are long-term English learners who potentially reclassified but are still in ELD, and how, they're like they need more rigor, right? So that they can then apply that to mathematics and to other areas in their education. So that's one thing I just kind of wanted to shout out to, is that I actually know of a student who I was like, oh, we can look at your and we got our LPAC scores in the mail this past week. So I reviewed it with a couple families that I know, and I was like, oh, well, they reclassified and she still has ELD. So make sure you like talk to the counselor, and let's get her in the right classes so that she can take an elective, and so that when she goes off to high school, there's no, misunderstanding about what level she needs to be at. So I'll stop there, but I'm really excited, and I'm excited about what it means for families and kids, and knowledge is power. And yeah, I think our community is ready and excited for it. And we also have to be careful that that we tell the real story of what our district and our kids are achieving, and not be silent when that's kind of challenged in the community or in the public, because we have had those hard topics that were politicized, and we can't politicize education. We have to keep our students first.
Just a quick question. We're going to meet again in 2 weeks for the special study session on this. Will we have data from the rest of the region, or at that point? I know that this CAST data is preliminary, but I know that the state releases us information first before it's fully public, but I wasn't sure if we're going to be able to compare.
It might take an act of Congress for us to get you a clear date on that. So I'm going to reserve any guarantees, but this is one of those things where annually we don't know. Sometimes we get surprised a little bit. It's usually closer to about the 15th of September. But some years it's been as late as October, and other years it's been as early as September 1st. So even without that data, we're going to have the very, very rigorous 5-year review, subgroups, schools, programs, and I think that's going to make it for a rich, very rich conversation. And then when we do get the statewide data, we can bring back an update for the board.
Any other comments on this? Okay, thank you, David. That was really great. We can move on to item 8A, preschool program update.
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Ochoa. I'm pleased this evening that principal of our preschool program, Carrie Hazelton, is here to present to us an update on our preschool.
I'm good? All right. Third time's the charm. Here we go. Good evening. I'm Carrie Hazelton, and tonight I'm going to present some information and an update on our preschool programs. Let me go. We are located at 7 different school sites. We have both part-time and full-time state subsidized programs. We have blended Montessori, which means that we have state subsidized students and fee-based students in the same classroom. We have inclusion classrooms, which are also blended. So some of the inclusion classrooms have state subsidized and our special education students in one room, and other classrooms have our fee-based students and special ed in a classroom together. In addition, we have 2 language immersion programs, Spanish immersion and Mandarin immersion. So this chart shows our current enrollment numbers across a couple years. And from 2020 to 2022, our capacity was lower. And that was due to the pandemic. It was our state, our county, our licensing regulations. We can only go up to a certain number of students. So in those couple years, you will see that our numbers are a lot lower than a typical year. So with that in mind, if you look at 2019 and our current school years, what you'll notice is that from our CSPP, which is our state subsidized preschool programs, our full-time students have increased and our part-time students have decreased. And this is a result of our parent involvement project funding, which is our PIP grant funding that was a private donor. And over the past couple of years, our funding has decreased. And last year, unfortunately, was our last year with our private funding. And so we had to restructure our state subsidized spots. And in doing so, what we did is we increased our state subsidized full-time and decreased our part-time slots. And that was based on our community needs and more families wanting to be in our full-time spots and not qualifying for full-time slots, and less families wanting to have part-time. And then also keeping in mind, making sure that we meet our state contract allotment of funds that we receive. Our current capacity for our CSPP full-time for this school year is 120 students. So we can enroll 120 students for our full-time. And for part-time, we can enroll 102. Now, these numbers that you have in 2000 for our current year is out of date because we're still enrolling, and they're going to continue to increase until we are at our capacity. So at this moment, we have 104 full-time students. So we enrolled one more, and we have 78 part-time students, and it's continuing to increase every day. We have both general ed and special ed employees, so both with our preschool teachers, our assistants, our support staff, and we're in the process right now of trying to hire 2 additional full-time assistants to help support our state subsidized full-time programs. Once we have those 2 people on board, we'll be able to enroll the rest of our full-time students into those 2 classrooms. And we're also posting for some new positions. So we're looking for some part-day state subsidized assistants to help us in our parent involvement project classrooms. So we're continuing to grow not only with our students, but also with our staff. Last year, we partnered with Sunrisus Dental to provide oral health screening and education for our state subsidized students. So we did that with our state subsidized last spring. They provided individual family follow-ups as well as follow-up appointments as needed for those state subsidized students. And it was free on our campus. So they came to the campus and did those screenings for our students. We are going to continue that partnership this school year, and we hope to start that education this fall
And then shortly after that, we will start the screenings, and that will also be with all of our state subsidized students. CSPP, so that CSPP is our state subsidized preschool programs, and we're expanding. So we want to expand our CSPP preschool programs. We completed an RFA back in April for potentially a little over $147,000. We're hoping we will find out this September, if not sooner, if we are awarded the funds. If we are awarded, we are creating a new TK classroom, which is a wraparound program. So the students in TK will go to their elementary school and then be bused over to us in the afternoon for a wraparound program for our state subsidized after school program. And so hopefully we will get those funds that will be at Turnbull as well. Additionally, we are always looking for more funds. And so if there's another RFA, or when there's another RFA available for our state funds, we will apply for that because we want to expand. We want to continue to grow our program and provide access for families within our community. And so I'm going to hand it over to Superintendent Ochoa so that he can present some information on the preschool data.
Thank you, Carrie. I'll need you to change the share screen so that I can grab the data here.
So I can stop sharing them here.
I think so, yeah. Just take a second here and I'll bring it right up for just a second. There we go. Oh. Let's find that report here. All right. There we go. I've actually loaded it into the online form here for all of our public to be able to access this. So let's open it up here. All right. And let me share my screen. There we go. There we go. All right. So one of the things that we wanted to demystify this summer was to be able to evaluate what impact attending a California State preschool program might have on students and their subsequent achievement in our school district. So I think all of us as parents and community members anecdotally would say it's really great when your child can get into a preschool program that works for them. They're happier, they play with kids a little bit better. They seem to be learning more about colors and shapes and numbers. So I think just as adults and parents, we sort of believe that to be the case. And we wanted to be able to attach it to actual student achievement data. So what you're looking at now are two pieces of test score data for this school district for 2021. And you're looking at two different groups of kids whose income meets the state criteria as qualifying for the National School Lunch Program, or their income is too high. So the chart on the left-hand side are the third grade reading test scores for every student in our district last year in the 2021 school year, and how they scored on third grade English language arts if they happen to qualify as economically disadvantaged. So 17% met the standard or exceeded it, and 61.5% did not meet standard. So that's pretty low. And on the right-hand side, you're looking at the test scores for the same age group, but these are students whose income, whose family income is above the threshold for qualifying for the National School Lunch Program. The reverse is true. 68.5% are meeting or exceeding the standard, and only 14.3% are not meeting the standard. So this is a reinforcement that these income differences are highly correlated to a student getting to third grade and reading at grade level. So my question is, what happens when we give a California State preschool program to a child whose income does qualify for the National School Lunch Program, meaning they would get free preschool? And that's on this next slide. So what you're looking at first there are the internal reading scores, meaning first grade reading scores, second grade reading scores, and third grade reading scores. We tested all of our students last year, and if your income was above the state guidelines for the National School Lunch Program, 74% are reading at grade level or above. Another 17% are nearly reading at grade level. And then 9% are not at grade level. When you look at that span, that's really positive data. We're already at or above grade level for 3 out of 4 kids whose income is above that state threshold. So what I'm going to show you next are the test scores of students whose income is below the state threshold and were able to be in our California State preschool program. So I went back to 2018, went back 5 years, well now 5 years, but went back and looked at who my 3 and 4-year-olds were, who were in those California State preschool classrooms. Because we now have this thing called the state student ID. It follows kids no matter where they go. It's one ID that applies no matter where they attend. And I looked at their reading scores. I jumped 4 years ahead and checked to see how they read in our district last May to try to create a line between participating in preschool when they were 3 and 4, and then how they were reading in second and third grade this year for us. 60% of those students are reading at grade level or above. 18% are nearly, and 22% are not meeting. When I look at that data, I feel like we have a fighting chance. We're really close for those 2 pieces of data to start to get just that much closer. Now I'm going to show you the test scores of students whose income is below the state threshold, but they didn't get into our preschools. There it is. Let's build our preschool program. Let's work on the program quality. Let's get parents into parent education classes. Let's promote student and parent literacy activities at home. Let's put books in kids' hands. Let's get them into our state preschool. Feed them, take care of them, give them warm fuzzies, because being in our California State preschool program is highly correlated to eliminating that achievement gap, and not having access has a devastating impact on reading achievement.
Perfect. Thank you. I think the data shows that we need to continue to grow our program and get more families into our program to help them be successful in school. So I'll open it up to any questions that you may have.
I have a couple questions. Question around it, probably should know this, but what is the income threshold? And you said it's state set, right? It's not local.
Oh, off the top of my head, I don't know off the top of my head, but it's it changes every year. It's on our website.
I'll tell you in 1 second here.
Okay, perfect. I'll move on.
Can you get my phone and look on my website?
It's state.
Yes.
I've got it right here. I've got it. I'm gonna I'm unmuted already. Perfect. So just as an example for, let's say, a household of 2, so just parent and child, the annual income for free eligibility is $22,000. Yes. Are you with me, Trustee Watkins? Okay, let's go to my size, because I have 7 in my family. 2 and 5, 7, $51,000. Combined, folks, that's not per parent, that's combined. So these are families who we're talking about. Let's get them into these programs. Let's get them into these classrooms. Let's make space for them. Let's create some beautiful classrooms for them.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'll try not to make comments. Okay, thank you. And question around the data you shared, Superintendent Ochoa. This was for any participation in any preschool program, full-time or half-day? I mean, in our district.
California State Preschool. So it's including the part-time and the full-time.
For an entire year?
They would have had to have been on the roster at the end of the school year. So it's possible that they could have started like September or October, but we didn't pull both pieces of data like the August data because some kids do start just a little bit later than others. So these are kids who we, you know, our assessment, our judgment is they were in our California State Preschool program at least 9 months, but even just 9 months is a huge difference.
Okay, I have a lot of questions / comments, so maybe I'll just save all of that for comments.
Any other clarifying questions?
I have comments too, but I just wanted to correct the actual age, minimum age to enter into preschool is 3. Is that correct?
2.9, but
2.9.
they have to be 3 by September.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, let's go to public comment. Zoom.
All right, if there's any members of our Zoom audience that would like to make comment on this item, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, President Proctor, we have no hands for public comment.
We have one in the audience here.
I could put the camera down. I'm Natalie Delhunt. I'm the new AP at Laurel, but I've been doing reading intervention for many years before this, and the amount of money we put into intervention programs in the upper grades, the amount of time we put into reading intervention, you know, taking kids out of classrooms, pushing them in, all that kind of work we do. And to think that we could have kids in a preschool playing and having fun and getting those results is kind of mind-blowing and shocking to me. Just because I've seen the other end of it, and this sort of really proactive approach is really beautiful, actually. And I just think we need to really seize this. We're so used to being reactive, and if we could really grab this and be proactive, and it's really, preschool is great. Any of us who've sent our kids there, the kids would love it too, right? And think about what that would mean for them, right? There is a little bit of a stigma to intervention and that kind of thing. This is, you're going to school, it's fun. And it would really just benefit, really, such wonderful things. So this data is just, I love it. Thank you for sharing it. It's so inspiring. Go preschool.
Thank you for that, yeah. Super important.
Okay, we are at the time for board comments, so go ahead.
I wasn't unmuted, I'll start. Thanks for the update, Carrie. As always, I and you for the data. Had a little sneak peek at this during our one-on-one, so it wasn't brand new to me. And you know, we had are you unmuted? I feel like I'm getting bad feedback.
I can mute.
Can you mute that one, Carrie? Let me see if that helps. Much better. Thank you. Yeah, so I mean, I think that the data around preschool, like we all intuitively know that early education is important, but to just like see it broken down in that way is just, it makes me just think about, and then I'm looking at the data that you're sharing, Carrie, around our enrollment, particularly for our state subsidized students going down. And even though we've increased some of it and decreased some of it, right, there's still over 70 kids that used to have access to that now don't have access to that at a time where people are struggling more, childcare is even harder. Like, I think we've spent some time on this board, and I'm sure your team has, right, talking about quality, which is an important conversation to have. But this data literally says it doesn't even matter, really, right? Like at the core, this is just saying if you have access to a preschool program, we're not even looking at which ones are better, what the curriculum is, like none of that. And so for me, I just feel like when we have this conversation moving forward over the course of the rest of this year, like it really just has to be, how can we get every student in our district that has a need into these programs? And then I think about the income requirements and the fact that you're not considered socioeconomically, you're really not considered socioeconomically disadvantaged if you're a family of two and you make $25,000 a year. That's a separate conversation, but that's just also wild, particularly in this area. I can't imagine where in California that is the case, but here at least. So that's, you know, that's just like at the core, which just kind of leads me to what are our goals? Like when and this is something I think about a lot with our presentations, and I've talked to Superintendent Ochoa about just generally, like as we have presentations across our programs, how are they tied to our overall strategic plan? What are the elements of our strategic plan that filter into preschool? What does that then mean for what the goals are for preschool? How does that then tie to this data around what we're seeing about importance of access? What does that specifically mean that now we're going to do? And what does that mean that we as a board need to do, whether it's financially, right? So those are like the pieces that I'm thinking about right now as we're like seeing all of this data now that I feel like we haven't seen. That's awesome. Now we can have these conversations, and we have a strategic plan that's like really well aligned that we haven't had, which is awesome. How do we fit all those pieces together in terms of like actually making then decisions that are data informed, that are aligned to our strategic plan? And how do we get information in a way that allows us to do that? And so I think just at a high level, those are the things that I'm thinking about, some of which are like preschool specific and some are which are just bigger picture. I feel like I had something else that now I'm forgetting, so I might pop back in, but I'll stop for now.
Thank you for the data. I'm sorry if you get when my headphones went dead. Fascinating data. Fascinating data. Thanks. Fascinating. I think yeah, no. What I'm curious about, honestly, is beyond the income limits and everything else, what I was getting at in terms of the age limit or the minimum age, 2.9, and all the way up to, I'm assuming, basically 5, essentially. So as we look forward, and I know this is something that we keep talking about, and what's coming down from the state is universal TK. And so when you look at it and you think about how you look at the data that you just showed us, and you think, okay, one, did they start when they were 2.9 or 3 years old, or did they start at 4 years, right? And when we get universal TK in completely throughout in 2024, 2025, was it? Throughout the school district, that'll take care of all of our 4-year-olds. So then I'm very curious to see, how does our preschool program change for that 2.9 to almost 4? And so I all for expanding the program and making sure that we can fill as many spots as we can. I also just think like, okay, a year, next year, the next year afterwards, the numbers that you show, I mean, it'd be great to go up to 120 and to, what was it, part-time was 102. But obviously those numbers will probably actually decrease because universal TK will start taking over as we roll out our program. So I'm very curious to see how this program evolves in the future, and I want to make sure that we actually do have a plan to take care of them. second part of my question, I now forgot what it was. So, yes, Wally, go for it. Please interrupt me.
While you're thinking about that, I just have one question that I just thought of. Do we know how many 4-year-olds fit into the category of socioeconomically disadvantaged? Yeah. Mhm.
It's in the 350 to 375 range. So pro rata, it would, in order to serve all qualifying students, we would need enough space for close to 800 kids. And we currently have less than 200.
And then I also want to make a comment that we've already seen a shift in our program. So typically all of our full-time spots are for 4-year-olds, because for state requirements, we have to enroll all qualifying 4-year-olds first before we can even look at 3-year-olds. And this year we've already started enrolling 3-year-olds. So we've already seen a shift, which means then they're going to be with us for 2 years instead of 1 year.
No, that's great.
One of the other, go ahead.
No,
and
no,
I'll-
no, go. You
One of
finish.
the other things is what the state is doing to encourage early childhood education is allowing school districts to blend programs.
Mhm.
So they're allowing school districts to start children off in the California State Preschool Program and blend it with the TK program within the district. One of the advantages for a district such as ours, which receives funding based on property taxes and not enrollment, is that when you operate a California State Preschool Program, you are bringing funding into the district. The $147,000 that Carrie referenced is going to educate 20 kids. It's going to cost more than $147,000, but maybe that gets us 70% of the way. For every California State Preschool Program classroom we operate and apply for the funds, that's additional money each time to serve children who need it. So on our end, we want to bring in those funds because we want to build that support structure earlier on. And then as the kids get older, you keep them in the same room, but it becomes TK. It's sort of a blended approach and then addresses the need you're referencing.
No, that sounds fantastic. And so I'm glad we're already actually having a plan and seeing some of the changes already. I will be very curious to see how it plays out over the next couple of years as we make that shift. The last question or comment is, what are we doing to reach out to those families, right? So granted, when, my kids were younger and we were in daycare and then into preschool and everything else, we didn't really look around. It was sort of word of mouth. We asked around what was around us in our neighborhood, and we kind of went with that. I'm curious how are we reaching out to those families? Like, these families who are in the lower income categories, the family two under $22,000. Are we, they seek medical help probably at the county hospital. Are we there? Is there presence, in some ways? And I just want to make sure that we are, with this new data that you're showing us, which is very powerful, how do, and every parent cares about their kids, how are we attracting those families?
Well, let me start, Carrie, and I'll give you an opportunity to chime in.
There's like 7 administrators in here who all want to answer this question.
Well, it's true. I think what you can see and sense the passion in the room for this program and the development of it and the growth. As Carrie mentioned, the pandemic, we were required to have less students in the program, but now we recognize that obviously the data shows that this work is really important for kids. And as Natalie Delahunt pointed out, just getting them in a school, right? To be a student is so exciting. So we've hired 4 community service specialists that are Spanish speaking, bilingual, working in the community, being very aggressive, if you will, to reach out to the community with, at the school sites, making phone calls, helping with registration. The registration process has been quite cumbersome for families. A little anecdotal story around that. They need a medical evaluation exam to enter the program. And we have looked really at perhaps paying a physician to come and help us out to make that happen. It's really difficult, believe it or not, to get a free medical exam for your child in this county. not okay. So that's just, it's a roadblock, but it certainly isn't going to stop us, and we're going to get around that. But that's just one piece of it. So I just am just sharing the passion around this, that this is really important work. And we do have systems in place, and we're moving forward to really be aggressive about letting people know about the program and working with them around the structure that's in place that maybe for some is quite difficult to get their child enrolled. And we're going to make sure that happens for them.
We as a district spend tens of millions of dollars in remediation programs. And in prior years, we have tried to run our preschool program so that it does not impinge on the general fund. That's a mistake. We should be spending 3 times the amount we get in our preschool program, because you won't invest the tens of millions of dollars in remediation programs because fewer students will fall behind. We now know the actual impact. We have the numbers in front of us. So 2 days ago, myself, 2 of our community services specialists, our assistant superintendent of student services, did a test case with the family whose child needed a physical, a free physical. We were routed to a variety of websites to call. I personally called 10 different phone numbers who put me on hold, told me to call back, told me they didn't provide the service, told me to call a different number, got 0 information from anybody about free physicals. So I assigned one of our community services specialists to call every name on a list, a separate list that we were given, with over 25 providers who all confirmed they do it for adults, they do it for 12-year-olds and above, they only do it once a month on such and such place, 6 miles away from North Central San Mateo. So it's really difficult. And our approach in being data informed and knowing that this is important is also connected to the same conversation we had just a few minutes ago pertaining to HR and pertaining to finding employees. We're going down to the base level of what our parents go through, because I can't in good conscience ask our community services specialists to call families and direct them to do things that won't help them, that will frustrate them. Because I can just call my doctor and my kids can have an appointment next week. No problems, no worries. But if you're earning $21,000 a year, how on earth are you going to make it to East Palo Alto from North Central San Mateo between 10 and 12 on the 3rd Tuesday? You know what I mean? The other thing is our community services specialists in the next 3 weeks will call every single family at Lead Elementary School who qualifies under these income guidelines to ask, do you have any younger brothers and sisters who are 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4? And to begin building a database so that I can come back to the school board in November and report to you at Lead Elementary School, there are X number of kids who are siblings of students who are 4, 3, 2, and 1, so we can plan long-term how many classrooms Lead needs. So when you have a 2-year-old, you get a letter from us in the mail that says, congratulations, you are pre-identified for our preschool program starting on August 10th, 2024. So you as a parent go, I belong here. There's a spot for me. This district is planning for me to be in this program. And our starting point becomes 40 kids in preschool instead of the 6 that we start with or the 8 that we start with. And then I think we all know what happens once they get in the program, as Trustee Watkins pointed out. Even just access has a huge impact, but can you imagine if we bring our Director of English Learner Services, our Director of Curriculum and Instruction, our math coaches, our reading TOSAs, and have them spend time with our early childhood educators and just build that alignment between the ECE program and our K-8 program? can be very powerful, folks.
Say thank you for that information. It's absolutely fascinating. I mean, it's really powerful. So I can't wait to see what happens in the future. Thanks.
So lots of things to dig into here. Thank you for the presentation. Yeah, sorry, I'm having one of those moments where like I kind of want to cry because I'm so excited and happy, and also like sad that like, you know, not that we couldn't, because many of us are, you know, fairly new here, but that like our district couldn't have done this like 20, 30, 40 years ago, right? But here we are, and we get to be a part of like a really pivotal moment for many, many kids. Yeah, I don't know if anyone remembers, but I remember when I applied for my son to go to Turnbull, and it was literally, I think, by like less than $1 that I didn't qualify for your subsidized preschool. And that meant that I had to take my son to Visitation Valley in San Francisco, to the only free childcare that I could find. And then I had to make sure that I had a job in that area, because I have this like thing where I need to be physically close to my little one in case of an earthquake or something. But anyways, but I couldn't be here, right? I couldn't work here. I had to commute. I had to, you know, take these long drives and be like, there wasn't a place for my son or I in this community. And that was about income limits, which is different, but it's related to the point that I'll make in a little bit. But yeah, I'm just so happy that we are doing things differently, because it's necessary. Yeah, we definitely have to be proactive, and again, knowledge is power. So I tend to do this, but like, I'm so excited for us to do this, and we haven't even like completed it, and I'm already thinking about like what we could do next. So I'm just gonna like plant the seed, throw it out there. I know we've talked about it before, but like some kind of like sliding scale, right? For those families that, you know, make, like Shar mentioned, $25,000 for a family of 2. But who we know in this area with the cost of living, like, need it just as much as other families. So I hope that's something that we can get to and plan for, and maybe some of those measured, I always get confused now, Measure V, right? Measure V funds can be invested in that way. And Diego, to your point about what it's like to try to help a family or do a test case with the family, like as a social worker, I have seen that over and over and over again. And it's frustrating for the families. And it's also disempowering, because there is this belief in our community that, oh, like there's so many resources and they just go here and they get everything they need. And that's not reality. It's not that simple. And I don't blame like nonprofits or our core agencies necessarily, but you know, they're nonprofits and they pay their workers nonprofit wages, and it's all, you know, like it's all kind of it doesn't have like a super quick solution. I know that like every agency tries to improve their internal processes, et cetera, but you know, that kind of test case. And I think I read an email about doing some like empathy. Nancy's going to be leading some like empathy shadowing days. That kind of experience, I think, is really necessary for people to know what it's actually like to have to call 10 different numbers and never get the help that you need. And then you just give up and you walk away feeling like this community doesn't care about me, right? And I actually have this vision I was talking to Diego about it a couple of weeks ago. That our North Central and San Mateo Foster City School District, despite having, I believe, one of the top 5 areas in our county where kids' health outcomes are concerning, does not have in the area that is needed the most a health center like Fair Oaks Health Center in Redwood City, like oh my goodness, like, is it Raven? No, what's it called in East Palo Alto? Ravenswood. Like Ravenswood Health Center in East Palo Alto. And so when I think about like the North Central school and the space and like, you know, what we approved earlier, which is, you know, just the initial assessment of the property or land. I think about like, what could we do if we moved our buses somewhere else and we had more space and we could collaborate and, you know, bring a health center to this community that desperately needs it, that we know will improve our health and educational outcomes in the long run. And yeah, I'm excited. So I'm gonna stop there. But thank you all. I'm really grateful to be in this work with you all.
I want to thank you for all of the information, Carrie and Diego. When I looked at this last slide on the L3 information, I did kind of tear up because I think regardless of anybody's economic status, everybody wants the best for their kids, and to see like right in front of our face that preschool does make such a huge difference. It makes me sad that there are barriers that people, you know, that make it so people, it's not easy to access this. And so I appreciate the work that our district's doing, calling the doctors and seeing who can do that work. It's frustrating that it's so complicated. And if you are making not that much money, you don't have time for that. You need to work, like you're trying to live here. So I appreciate the work that we're doing. I would be in support of allocating more resources to preschool. I think that this is like, this data, you can't argue this data. And I think this could make a huge impact on so many people's lives. I think just looking at 60% of students that were in the program meeting or exceeding, it's like we could make a whole bunch of kids love school and love to read, and like this would change the trajectory of their life. And you know, they'll come back and be the doctors and the people that take care of everyone in our community. So I would love to do whatever we can do to get more kids in this program. If it means allocating more funds to that, I would be curious to see what that looks like. And I think that this may be a picture that not everybody has seen, but like Trustee Watkins says, we all kind of know this information, but seeing it right in front of your face, it's very eye-opening. So I appreciate this information and look forward to where we go from here.
I also want to comment on the timeliness of this analysis of data. If the board recalls, one of our decisions last summer that has been implicated in almost every presentation you've received tonight, we went into contract for a program called Illuminate, which is a data warehouse. And our ed services team and our educators agreed to implement a small number of assessments, 3 for reading, 3 for math, for every student, K, 1, 2, 3, and through the system. So what's so important about this is that once those state test scores got to us in the middle of July, it took us less than a week to be able to take those test scores, clean them up, because they come in these very large, cumbersome formats, and then use our internal capacity to go back into our files to pull where these kids were 4 and 5 years ago, to be able to make this analysis possible. So I think a lot of school districts look at data as pictures. They'll look at a chart and say, this picture is telling me something, and we aren't like that. Our team is interested in how the data connects across time and through schools and programs. Because looking at our test score data, our reading test score data, without asking, where were these kids 4 years ago, is a missed opportunity. But it's only possible because we've invested in the system to allow us to warehouse this data so that we can get to this depth of analysis to then bring it back to our work with families and with our principals, and to really see this transformative work take place. I'll be back to the board in 60 days with a series of action steps that we'll want to include in our strategic plan moving forward so that we can realize the vision of greatly expanding access to all of our students.
Can I just add a couple of comments? Said I might be back. Just one is, I just want to appreciate, you know, Dennis, when you were sharing the story, and Diego around, you know, just what it takes, the medical forms and what it takes for someone to be able to apply and gain entry. I think it's a constant reminder and something all of us, I know, need to continue to do, right? Everyone sitting in this room has layers of privilege. And like, for me, that was not something that I would have ever thought of, right? And the fact that we're really like walking in the shoes as much as we can of people that are trying to navigate these systems that were not intended to be navigated by them, which we've said a lot of times on this board, right? Like, our systems are doing what they're meant to do, to produce the data that we see, and we're fighting against it. And so it requires doing that. It requires peeling back all of these layers. And it's just, you know, I know, again, we've had this conversation over and over again, but like, you peel back the layers and it's everywhere, you know? And so I'm just appreciative of like, you all continuing to do that despite how challenging it is. And, you know, despite all of the other things that you have to do, like, this is the work. And it is the only thing that's going to get us the outcomes that we want. So I just highlighting both like the importance of all of us doing that and continuing to acknowledge that, and just like the gratitude that I have for you all for doing that. One is a question and one is, I guess, a request. The question is, this analysis specifically looked at students that are not meeting particular income thresholds, or that, you know, I'm curious about if there are other subgroups that you're thinking about when we look at our data and seeing long-term impacts, needing to prioritize. Like, I know we're about to move into special education. That's something that like I'm thinking about, right? Like, is there a plan for thinking about how we might tap into some of those students and families as well, in terms of having access to services, early intervention, you know, those kinds of things. So not a question I necessarily need answered like in this moment, but just something that I'm thinking about if we're continuing to engage in this analysis, like, do we want to widen that at all? And then the other thing is, it sounds like maybe you're bringing some format of this back to us, but I'd be really curious to see like a long-term plan that includes like budgetary implications in getting us to where we want to get in terms of all students, right? So like, over the next 5 to 10 years, I don't know how long it's going to take. Like, we plan to increase enrollment this much. That means it's going to cost us this. We anticipate it's going to have this impact on the interventions that we need. And so like, what does that picture look like in terms of dollars? And in terms of what we would actually be doing, right? I'd be curious to have like a very like high level draft of that. I don't know if that's doable in your 60-day presentation or follow-up, but I'd be really curious to look at that.
Any other comments on this topic? Okay, I think that was a really great conversation, and thank you for all of the information. If it's okay with everyone, do you mind if we take a 5-minute break? Okay, be right back.
Okay, recording has resumed.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We are going to go to item 8B, special education update.
Thank you, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Ochoa. Tonight, we have Director of Special Education with an update, Director Heather Morgan. Thank you, Heather.
Okay, there we go. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Ochoa. Thank you for having me. It has only been a short while since our last update. So tonight I'll be giving you some more specific updates and also adding some information per our conversation in June. Now, go down. I want to go down. Peter, I want to go down. There we go. Thank you. I may have to call on you, Peter. Yeah. Okay. So we will be reviewing some content presented in January. Sorry, not January. My apologies. That means June. Program updates, fiscal updates, staffing updates, and our CDAC report. I wanted to start tonight with a look at some of our most recent CAS data. As we've already discussed tonight, we all know that the overall numbers are a concern. However, there's some light to be shed here, and I'm going to see if I can close that or make that go somewhere else there. So if you take a look at the 2018-19 data, especially for standard met and exceeded, we had 14.7% of our students within the special education program who were tested that met or exceeded their standards back in 2018-19. And you also know that one of our big concerns in the last year or so was the learning loss, specifically for students who have special needs. And what's interesting is that if you look at 2021, we see a little dip there, and then 21-22, which is our most recent data, we actually had an increase, which is something to be celebrated. It's a small percent, it's 3%, but it is better than we were in 2018-19 prior to the pandemic. So I wanted to draw some attention to that. I think it's good news, and it means that the work we're doing is making a difference, and we'll continue to do so. Again, okay. Thank you. Let me get rid of that little guy for me. Thank you. Okay. Okay, one of our goals this year, as you know, was to more evenly distribute the programs within the district, providing more opportunities for students who live in different neighborhoods to have special education classes in the neighborhoods where they live. So this slide has the placements of our programs for 22-23. And you can see the distribution is far more equitable than it was a year ago. And I included last year's information for you as well, just for a comparison. And actually just the visual of it alone is kind of startling. If you see here, it looks pretty evenly distributed. And I'm going to scroll down to last year, and you can see where our programs were. So we're moving in the right direction. We still have some, we're growing some of these programs. We've added, I'm going to go back to the other side. We've added programs in Foster City and in the Burrell complex. We added 2 mod severe classes at San Mateo Park School. And we'll continue to build and grow those programs. We also added K2s at both Brewer and Beach Park, K2 SDC courses. Okay, and there's last year. All right, and at the top of this is data that I shared with you previously with the dollar amounts from 2018-19 all the way through last school year for our NPA actuals and NPS actuals. As you know, this is another one of our goals, is to reduce the spending on NPAs in particular. One of the questions that came up last time was, how many kids does this actually serve, and who are these students and where do they go? And also, who are these employees and what categories do they fall into? So for NPSs, the dollar amounts there currently serve 39 students. This is across 14 non-public schools that specialize in different areas. So some of these are deaf and hard of hearing schools, or emotional disturbance schools, or schools for students who are medically fragile or who have severe disabilities, for example. Also, for our non-public agency members, We have 129 employees that fall under NPAs. We have made a huge push this year to reduce the number of agency teachers. And as you can see right now, we have only one teacher that is an agency employee. We did a really good job of hiring internally this year. We continue to have a large number of paras and BTs, and that is another one of our goals this year, to reduce that number and to bring those employees on as our own internal employees that work for us within our departments that we evaluate and have the accountability and also the training, and we have more control over them. So that is another one of our goals. And a little digging down a little deeper here. Also, one of the pieces of data that was requested last time was the number of students at the different NPSs that we send students to, because they offer things and programs that we may not have here in our own district. You can see many of them only have one student here and there. We have a large number of students who do attend Esther B. Clark. And the total number of students in NPSs right now is 39. Okay, and I wanted to present to you some information about initials. Initials are the very first IEP meeting. So that's the meeting where we talk about whether or not a student qualifies for special education. And at that point, we either decide that they do qualify or we don't qualify them, and that's called a DNQ. And I wanted to look at the total number of initial evaluations from the last year, because as you can see, it's far higher than it was the previous 3 years. This is a concern to me because we're looking at our significant disproportionality, which I shared with the board at our last presentation. And this means that we are assessing exceedingly high numbers of kids. And it may be that we are going to special education as the cure very quickly before using our other interventions and initial instruction that we are obligated to do. Okay, and DNQs, I just described, those are students who are assessed but don't qualify for special education. In 2021, we had 88 students who were assessed but did not qualify. This is a very high number, and DNQs are included in the number of initial evaluations of last year. So these are 88 students who were evaluated for special education and didn't qualify, meaning all of those resources that go into a full psychoed evaluation and academic assessment. These are probably students that we should have met on the gen ed side a little bit closer with more intervention and MTSS, behaviors, all those things that we're putting into our program this year, that we've really built out our behavior plan and our behavior team this year, which is another one of our goals. So this is just information and a number we need to keep a close eye on. And it's something that will guide us in our direction with our school psychologists and our school teams for this 22-23 school year. Okay, and I just wanted to circle back also on disproportionality, because I mentioned the last time that we are in our 3rd year of monitoring by the state, specifically around the over-identification of our Latinx males in the primary grades for specific learning disability. That is our area of focus for the state. So we have 3 things that we're doing right now to address this challenge. One of them is the behavior team development, which we now have the 3 BCBAs, the RBTs, and we're cultivating and training our para 3s. We are insisting, and this is where my other friends in the student services department come in, we are insisting on approved pre-referral interventions done with fidelity and a cycle of inquiry, typically 8 weeks or more, so that we're using those interventions and those approved, the PAF and Footsteps to Brilliance, like David shared, and also ST Math, prior to saying and jumping into referrals without some proof that some good, strong intervention and education could make a difference for kids. And then also just our district-wide uniform SST and MTSS procedures, which are being unified throughout the district. In the past, that they were more site-based. And that's my work with student services and ed services to get those things in place prior to referrals. Also, some of the data, this was requested in June. So we took a look at students. These are the students that we are being reviewed under through the significant disproportionality by the CDE. So students who qualify under specific learning disability, of them, 214 students were identified as Hispanic, and of those, 166 are English learners. And then one of the other areas that is noted in our SIGDIS report is that SLI, or speech and language impairment, these are students who qualify for speech services. 154 of them are identified as Hispanic, and of those, 110 are English learners. Okay, and moving on, this is our staffing update. And as I mentioned, every time this changes daily. So these are as of last Thursday. We're looking for a resource specialist still, and we're doing some internal magic to cover these, but I am still looking for permanent solutions. So ultimately what that would look like is a 1.0 at Abbott, a 0.5 at Laurel. The College Park and Audubon position is shared, and that would be a 1.0, and Brewer Island and Beach Park also share, and that's a 1.0. And then we have temporary staff in place right now to cover College Park, Audubon, and Laurel. And then we have no special day class openings. And we have currently 3.5 FTEs for speech therapists. Okay, and then our CDAC report, I am sharing on behalf of our CDAC leadership. We will be hosting a barbecue on Saturday at San Mateo Park School on the Blacktop. We are inviting all of our families and staff to come have a good time and enjoy some barbecue together from 11 to 1. We hope you can make it too. This has been shared. We have a really good turnout so far. We did the RSVPs on Parent Square, and so we know how many people are coming, and it looks like we're expecting a little over 80 families right now, which is exciting, and I hope we'll get even more. In addition to that, these are our CDAC dates for the school year. We've set them now. We do not have all of our agenda topics in place. Typically, we do have opportunities for not only input and collecting feedback from families, answering questions, having really transparent and open conversations, but we also do some parent education. And we like to listen to our families and see what they would like to learn about, or if there's any networking that they would like to do. So we'll take that input into consideration when we're designing the agenda for the year. And also we are actively looking for and recruiting more leadership within CDAC. So anyone who's interested, please reach out to me because we would love to build out the leadership team of CDAC so that so that we have just more voices and we can share the wealth a little bit. And that's the end of my presentation tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Heather. Are there any clarifying questions?
Thank you for the thank you for the presentation. Just a quick count in terms of our staffing needs. We're sort of down, was it like 5, 7? If you can go back, it's about 7 spots or so.
If you mix all of them together, yeah. Yes. Yeah. I look at them more by the credential areas and the classroom type. So my most urgent need right now is the RSP. That's what I would like to fill first to get those schools covered.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Heather. I have a couple. Good. You guys can hear me? Okay. I have a couple questions. This is not a question. Well, it's a question, but for the I'm getting an echo. You can have an echo. Is it me?
That's mine, maybe.
Okay. Just pulling up the presentation again too. Okay, perfect. For the DNQs, do you have the breakdown of how many Because some of them are teacher staff initiated and some are parent requested, right?
Yeah.
Do you know that?
I do. I don't know the exact number, but I can tell you a pretty sharp ballpark that almost, I'm gonna say most, I'm gonna say probably above 90% are staff generated. It's coming from us.
Okay.
They're not parent requested. We do get parent requests, of course, but especially in the primary grades with the kids that are under, review for SIGDIS, it's mostly staff.
Okay, great. Comments on it, but I'll save those. I thought I had a lot of clarifying questions, but I think, one was, sorry, I'm going back and forth between my questions, presentation, disproportionate. You talked about the pre-referral interventions, like having a more systematic way. I'm just curious if you can share a little bit more about kind of what that looks like. I have a couple follow-ups to that, but one question is that something that we're requiring outside of just addressing the disproportionality, like across the board before referring? And then if you can just share more about like, what do we mean by with fidelity? Like, what does that process actually look like?
Thanks for asking that. So I've actually been sort of on a campaign of sharing this information with our different groups. So school sites, our principals, our APs. I'm going to be starting to visit elementary schools too. So yes, it is universally the direction and the goal that we have this year to, first of all, ensure that they understand what LRE is. That means least restrictive environment. And we're obligated to provide that. And so when we do a knee-jerk jump to assessment with nothing in between, what we're doing is we're eliminating that student's least restrictive environment because we're saying they must need special education. We don't know what to do. And so we do know what to do. And we now have district adopted interventions in place and instructional materials in place, even in the gen ed setting, like PATH for our littles and their literacy instruction in kindergarten and first grade. And so the idea is that we're not going to be assessing kids until they've had a chance to participate in those, as well as doing the ST math and even more important, the footsteps to brilliance. A typical cycle of inquiry is about 8 weeks. It could be a little longer. When I say with fidelity, it means we can actually go in and check and see, are you doing your lessons? Are you completing them? Are you doing them every day? How many minutes are you doing every day? So if they're not completing those things, we can't say that they need special education. Now, I have to be really, really careful when I say that because the concern with special education is everything's individualized. There are cases where students come in and we're not going to say, oh, you have to wait 8 weeks because there's something like clearly that needs to be assessed. So I have to be, that's my caveat. I always say it at the beginning because I don't want it to sound like we cookie cutter, just say, no assessment for you. We will assess in certain circumstances when kids are presenting with an obvious disability or something that is clearly requiring assessment. However, that being said, we will expect in that 8 week, a minimum cycle of inquiry. Sometimes we repeat the cycle of inquiry to see if, if that didn't work, we try something else to really prove that even with that good instruction and those interventions in place, there's still something missing. And then when we get to that point, then we can consider, okay, now we'll assess and see what's missing for this child and maybe there's something else going on. But that's a typical pattern. And that's what I'm encouraging with everyone this year.
Thank you. I have 2 follow-up questions to that. One is, keep losing my train of thought. Gonna have to come back to me.
Can I jump in and give you an opportunity to remember? One thing that we want parents who are tuning in and we want our educators who are tuning in to think about is, let's say Ken's child goes to Brewer Island Elementary School and Ken's child is a first grader who can't name their letters and doesn't know the sounds that the letters make. In our district, there's currently no process by which your child receives an SST meeting, a specialized meeting for a group of educators at Brewer Island to sit down and talk about you and devote 30 minutes only talking about your child. Now, if Noelia's son goes to Fiesta and is a first grader and can't name his letters and doesn't know the sounds the letters make, it's possible that Noelia's son will get an SST meeting. So what we're trying to do is eliminate that variability. We're trying to say, as a school district, we want every school who has a first grader that doesn't know their letter names and letter sounds to sit down and devote time to that child to start interventions in first grade and in kindergarten, and not wait until the middle of second grade to start tracking interventions. Because the real goal is to help the child never need a special education assessment. Our past practice is, at some point, an educator becomes so alarmed by how far apart that student is from grade level to where they're at, that they submit a request for assessment out of a sense of desire to help the child. And what we're trying to do is be data informed to go as early as possible to enact the many effective programs we have in place. So like in your son's case, Ken, we would have special time during the school day for our reading TOSA to help your child for 8 weeks. We would ask you to have your child do the recommended number of minutes on footsteps of brilliance and ST math at home. We would ask you to log the non-footsteps related books you read with your child at home. We would ask your child to attend the Reading Boost program from October 1st until November 15th, and give your child a pre-test and a post-test. And if your child improves, we keep it going another 8 weeks. Because what we're trying to identify is, when we help you in general education, does your child improve? And if they do, testing for special education is not warranted. It's only warranted when the programs we have in place are implemented for an extended period of time and don't work. Then we're like, what can we do to help this child? And that's the change that's happening this year.
Thank you. That did give me time to think about my questions. I had 2 follow-ups. One is, when we talk about interventions that are part of the pre-referral process, I have 2 follow-ups to that. One are the general education interventions, some of which we talked about, for example, the math boost. Are those things accessible to special education students, which I guess is separate from the pre-referral because those students are not students that are in special education? So maybe it's not a follow-up to that, but it just made me think about that question.
Yeah, they're available to everyone.
Okay, I asked, well, this is more of a comment, so I have a hard time distinguishing. And then what does support for staff look like when we're thinking about some of these things, right? Like if this is a way that we're changing practices, and I'm just curious kind of what that processes look like.
We started this summer with a great deal of professional development, with a heavy push in both June. We had 5 days in June and then 5 days in August prior to school starting for especially with PAC, which is the early literacy. That's really important that our kindergarten and first grade teachers receive that. We've also made it available to our SDC teachers because we want them to have that same training. And then I know David has more information about the rollout as we move forward, but it'll increase up the grades. So we're starting with the littles. Teachers receive that training. They're also receiving training on the other interventions that are available, and we'll continue to build those in throughout the course of the year to make sure that anyone who didn't receive them in June or in August will get them soon, because we want the 100% of people trained in the interventions.
I had just 2 questions. One was on the slide that talks about the 3rd year of monitoring by the state. Can you talk a little bit more about how is that process? When do you stop being monitored?
Right. Yeah, we want to get out of that. So they look at, there's certain flags for our district that have come up over the years. And like I said before, it's our primary Latinx boys, or it's males in like kindergarten, first grade. So we have way too many that are identified under SLD. So every year they go through, and the numbers do fluctuate. I can get those numbers for you. I don't have them off the top of my head, but they kind of draw a line as to what's reasonable and expected in a district of our size and considering our demographics. And so I think I did share in June, and I'm happy to bring that back too if you want to compare. But if you look at our other demographic groups and the other eligibility criteria, it's glaringly high in specifically in that one area. I think we have about 500 students total in special ed that are that identify as Hispanic or Latinx, and I think it's about 215 are identified as SLD of those kids. So that percentage rate is what's red flagging us with the state. I don't know the exact number, how many more, like how much further down I have to get before they stop calling, and I can get that for you. They give us reports every year, and actually it's way more than just every year. We meet regularly with, we have a specific person assigned to us from the CDE, and we meet with him regularly, and we go over, you know, what our action plan is, what we're doing to reduce these things. And so in doing that, we, our goal is obviously to reduce that. I think that this last year is the first year that something is there's been an actual action that will impact that. So this push to require our staff to engage in these interventions and the cycles of inquiry is the first time we've really done something significant in terms of reducing that. So we will need to monitor it closely and see what the results are for the year, but I anticipate we'll see a reduction.
Great, thank you. And then my second question was,
yes, I hope you come.
Okay.
And bring your appetite.
Okay. Any other questions?
Sorry, just to follow up on that, on the over-identification of the Latinx males students. If you sort of chart it out, wouldn't they have to essentially leave our district at some point before our numbers start decreasing? Because once you're in, you're kind of in.
Great
and so
question.
we were looking at primary students, reducing that number, you're still going to be high. It'll still be high as you go along until those other students graduate.
So the goal of special education is to no longer need special education. And we do have a process for exiting students. I agree with you. It hasn't been, we don't see high numbers of students exiting, but that's because we haven't had the correct interventions and training in place in order to support students so that we're reducing the number of minutes that they need in their, you know, getting their specialized academic instruction. And I mean, eventually the goal is that you would, you know, receive enough support that you no longer qualify. And we do exit students. We hold triennial reevaluation. So every 3 years we do a full psychoed eval, we do a full academic assessment. And that's when we determine whether or not a student continues to qualify. So yeah, absolutely. The goal is that we would slowly, you know, improve that. And so that we, you know, that's that. A lot of people feel like, no, I need to keep it. And if, you know, that's what I want. But actually the goal is to no longer need it so that you're just functioning like the rest of your peers in your gen ed classroom.
Thank you.
So I got really excited. So I will ask a question about like the data and the presentation, but I want to focus on the barbecue for a second.
Okay.
Because it went out through School Loop, I'm assuming that it like automatically translated. And so I'm hoping that we're going to see, and I know it's been like a goal of CDAC and the special education department to like have more parent engagement from the Latinx community.
Right. So it went out through Parent Square, which is the new.
Oh, sorry.
Tool.
Yeah,
That's
like
new tool.
confusing them.
Diego Perez is wonderful assistant in getting that out to all of our families. And so it was sent in both languages to all families. And the wonderful thing is that it comes with this automatic RSVP. So people could answer right away, and they came back quick. We got lots of good responses. So I think we have a really nice representation of our families. 80 families is a lot. So I'm really excited about that number, and I'm really looking forward to seeing people on Saturday.
Awesome. Okay. And then, so at the barbecue, will there be a translator?
We have several Spanish speaking members of our group that'll be there. I can actually, that's a great suggestion. I can ask to see if we can bring some extra translators as well. And you know, it's really meant to be like a very nice social time, and just, you know, kind of informal, but also my whole team will be there. I want all the coordinators, my assistant director, teachers to be present and just available to say, hi, this is me. We're here to help you, and, you know, get to know your name, and just kind of, you know, have a nice social.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm sure that'll happen. I just know sometimes, like, you know, in those social settings, there are families that want to communicate with families who speak other languages, but that's great that you have staff there. And then I had a question about the disproportionality, and I know I've asked this question before, but so we know how many are potentially over-identified, right? This is the number that we should have. This is the number that are over-identified. Do families, like, how has that been communicated to families? And because I just imagine, right, if families like have this information, then I've kind of seen like two different things in my experience working with like younger folks and children that have special needs. It's kind of like there's some parents that are like, oh, they have special needs, like they just can't do it, right? And then there's other ones that are like I'm gonna push for my kid to learn every single thing that they can and be as independent and, you know, have as many opportunities as possible. And so I'm just wondering, like, if that's kind of a dynamic that's been noticed, or like, you know, how do we try to encourage all families that are whose kids are in this category to be those parents that like push.
Right. So I think that's something that we can really focus on through our CDAC and our parent education and our outreach. That's really important to, you know, just to help parents understand what they can do better and how better to advocate for their kids. Also, the thing about special ed is that each case is so different. And so whenever we're meeting with families and going through that process, that's our opportunity to educate families also, and let them know what their children's strengths are, and not always focus on the deficits. We really need to look at the strengths and build them up that way also. But no, I love the idea of doing more parent outreach and education around just best practices, and, you know, what works and what you can do to get your kids really excited about learning, and then also just successful in general outside of just being in school. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay. Peter, can we please go to public comment?
If there's any members of the public that would like to make comment on this item, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, Amy, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. This is Amy Fickenshire. Thank you, Heather, for all of the information and for the shout out about CDAC volunteers. I'm looking forward to meeting people this weekend as well. I was really encouraged to see that special education was the first topic for the new board study session model. And I know that meeting ended up getting canceled, but I really hope to see it rescheduled. I'm so interested in hearing that deep dive into information and the discussion from the board. I did want to bring up two concerns that I believe impact all students, but in particular, students with learning differences and special needs. And some of these I've spoken to some of you about already, but I wanted to take the opportunity to talk about it here. So the first is professional development on new curriculum. it's been given on essentially a volunteer basis. So teachers haven't been required to attend it. And you mentioned tonight that special education teachers were invited to participate in those professional development sessions as well. And so my concern is that the model doesn't provide parity or equity in instruction district-wide, or even within one grade level team at one school site. And so my ask is, or my concern is that if any professional development on a curriculum that's not adopted by the entire school and doesn't seem like it's supported structurally, feels like it could be set up for failure. And so I would just advocate that if the district is moving towards these really great sounding OG-based reading curriculum and instruction, that all teachers, general and special education, should be required to attend them, and that the district work with the union to ensure this can be done so that all students receive this best possible instruction and teachers feel prepared and supported, but are also being compensated for their time. And then the second issue I wanted to bring up is one I've spoken about several times. It's the fact that teachers and paras aren't contracted until the day before school starts. It seems impossible to expect a teacher, particularly an FCC or RSP teacher, to be able to be well-versed in all of their students' IEPs and prepared to implement them, support their students with only one workday, where they're also prepping their classrooms, materials, and attending meetings at their school sites. In particular, as a parent of a child who has high support needs, it's really hard to feel confident that my child's teacher or aide or other classroom staff can really be adequately prepared to support him, not to mention all of the other students in his class, with such little time to familiarize themselves with IEPs and prepare for that first day of school. I know that this is a union and contract issue as well, and I would just encourage the district to really prioritize providing teachers with more contracted time prior to the first day of school with students. I'm happy to discuss this more in other forums as well, but wanted to take the opportunity to share this concern here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Okay, President Proctor, we have no other hands for public comment.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back to board comments now.
I have some comments, but was there something? No? Did you want to say no? Okay. Okay, I might be a little bit all over the place. I'm trying to follow my notes. A couple of just like follow-ups to some of my clarifying questions. One is, I just kind of wanted to make the comment around the DNQs. That part of the reason for asking is I know sometimes we've had folks share that there's a concern of parents wanting services and then us telling them that they don't qualify. And so it's just helpful to have context in terms of how many of those are requested by parents and not in the grand scheme of things. So I'm glad that it's not mostly parents requesting and, you know, us saying that students aren't qualifying for them for various reasons. I also had a follow-up too. I know I asked the question about general ed interventions being accessible to SPED. I've had quite a few parents reach out to me wanting their students or being surprised about the math boost and their students not being asked who are in special education. So is it possible for us to do a little bit of a deeper dive into that program in particular and any other kind of district-wide interventions to make sure that we are including our students with special needs in those, and if we're not, that we do. Okay. Also, just a request for, we have the NPS NPA numbers from the previous years. Can we start to just do a year to date for this year? I know it's not all inclusive, but I know we just approved a bunch, and so it'd be super helpful just to know like where we are as we continue to move forward. And then a follow-up to the referral process. Super glad to see that we're doing something a little bit more systematic with regards to that. I have asked about that ad nauseum over the past couple of years. And so I think it's really, really important. And I know you gave a little bit of context around like being able to track it. I'm just wondering, I don't know, maybe this is a question, if there's even more that you could share, but like, do we have a checklist? Is there one form that everyone's using? Are we moving towards something like, I would love for it to be just like like everyone knows, every parent knows, kind of like what that looks like. So that if they get that email from a teacher or, whatever around like everyone knows what to expect across all of our sites. So I guess it's a
Am
question.
I allowed to answer that? Can I
Yeah.
take it? Okay. Okay. So yeah, actually my gen ed counterpart, which is Dr. Heredia, is actually working on and kind of finalizing right now a more uniform SST process, an MTSS process that will be implemented district-wide. Every school, every classroom, every principal will know what those steps are. So it is kind of like the checklist. And for the first time, it will be uniform. So like I mentioned that just a little bit earlier, is that previously every school had an SST system, but they were all different. And so now we're going to have one that's the same for everyone. The same requirements will be built in, the same expectations will be built in. So we are able to work through that process, and it's very transparent what those steps are, so that we're not just jumping ahead.
We'll also collect data on the implementation of those strategies so that as we engage in our ongoing analysis, we can identify any program that isn't producing a positive result to analyze why that may or may not be happening.
Definitely appreciate that. It also made me just think about, I think about the fact that it's inevitable that there will be some teachers that have a more challenging time providing those supports than others for a variety of reasons. And I'm just curious, do we have interventions to support teachers so that they are able to provide, adequate interventions, et cetera, to support students, so that we don't have a situation where students are getting referred because, teachers don't have the support that they need?
Part of the design that our ed services team and our student services team over the last 7 months put together in conjunction with the strategic plan committee was a design focused on getting more concentrated academic support to earlier grade levels. So you can take a school, we have our assistant principal here from Laurel Elementary School that has multiple reading teachers on special assignment assigned to that one school. Reason we did that is because we analyzed their data and created a calculus that resulted in her school having more reading support teachers than Brewer Island. Brewer Island had X number of students who needed academic support in reading, is far lower than Laurel. Laurel has more kids, also more kids are behind in their reading. Laurel has more staff. So I think throughout the year, our work is to analyze and make sure that the staffing is sufficient, because those reading specialists are working in classrooms this year with kids and with teachers, not separate from or working with only a handful of kids. Our reading specialists are going to be working with, David, you might have a better eyeball number on this, but a really substantial number of kids on a daily basis. So the design is intended to facilitate that in-class support. Footsteps, ST Math, and PAF are available to all students. Any child that needs a Chromebook or a hotspot is provided that resource. And then the other parts are built into our MTSS process. And I think our teachers will be sort of relieved to see how many people are going to help them get this process off the ground, because every school also has a counselor that's assigned to be involved in this process, and a principal and a TOSA. And so you start to make the list there, and it really ends up becoming a support for classroom teachers.
Thank you for more context there. Not quite done with my comments/questions. You're going to hear from me about a desire for a special education strategic plan, or whatever you want to call it, and just similar comments as I made to Carrie about preschool, just like how do we ensure that when we're sharing that we're really grounded in our overall strategic plan, we're grounding ourselves in what our goals are for special education, we're just sharing on those every single time. I don't, you know, I don't think it's too much. I think it's actually like really helpful. I know that we've had more organization to these presentations, which I appreciate, and I would love for us to ground it in those overarching goals and data around those goals, and how we're monitoring progress around those goals, and how we're getting feedback on them, and then how we're making adjustments, right? Like every time. Again, kind of to the point that I made to Carrie, I think it's helpful in terms of just like all of us being aligned and communicating really clearly to the community. I also think it just helps us to be better in terms of the decisions that we're able to make, if that's how things are organized. So we just appreciate that. And then, yeah, would love to see kind of like a 1 year, 3 year, 5 year plan around kind of where we're going, which I think is something that's happening. Yes.
Yeah, I can sort of speak to that. So the two big focus areas for the strategic plan as it relates to SPED are the inclusion task force and the dual identified task force. So we have 2 groups going this year. We're calendared out for the year. My goal is to have our team make a recommendation to you and to the district for what inclusion will look like in 23-24. And then likewise for our dual identified study team. That team is still sort of developing in terms of like the inclusion task force. We have a pretty clear idea of exactly what, you know, we want to be able to do for you, like by April of this school year. And then the dual identified group is sort of like developing and growing as we build. We now have a director of EL, and so she's cooperating with us too. We're looking at reclassification for students with disabilities, or all of those conversations. So it's broader, but we're working to kind of refine those goals and make them more specific so that we can report them out to you.
Sounds good. Who's like on those task force?
So I'm running the inclusion task force, and our assistant director Kira is running the dual identified task force. And then I have a team of, it's a broad cross section. I've got administrators, teachers, parents, special education teachers, everybody. Yeah, a little bit of everyone.
Got it.
I think your target is about 18, we said, something like that, for your task force group. So enough to have the richness of the diversity of opinion, but not so much that the conversation can't get going where it's just too big of a group. So we're also doing the same thing with our culturally responsive curriculum and practices task force, which is about 18 to 24.
Sounds good. The last point I was going to make is just, you know, it kind of builds off of just grounding ourselves in goals and data and et cetera. I know we're doing a lot of work on data, and you presented a lot of data. And I think I think there's an opportunity to highlight some of what's going well, right? I think when David shared the CASP data, you know, our data for special education is nowhere where we want it to be, right? We can all acknowledge that, like, it's not okay. And there were improvements that were made at a time that was really challenging, and we'll see how that measures up with how other folks did. And I guess I would just like push you and us to take a moment to celebrate that too, and to really think, to your point that you just shared, Diego, like, what did we do to make that happen? What were the strategies? How do we know they were effective? What do we want to continue doing? What strategies are we not going to do? What does that mean for what families can and should do? And how do we ensure that we're communicating to families around some of that, to make sure that like they have the resources, which brings me full circle to what we were talking about with preschool, which is just, you know, I was thinking as you guys were sharing a little bit about like, you know, the barriers to accessing preschool, and just thinking about like, there's a lot of parallels in special education, right, around barriers that people are experiencing. And I think there's an opportunity to do some similar sorts of, whether it's empathy walk, as Trustee Corzo mentioned, or whether it's, I don't know exactly what it looks like, and, you know, don't feel the need to like dictate that, but just, are there some ways where I was thinking about, you know, you mentioned the community specialists, like, is there a way to have somebody that like it helps parents navigate the process, helps get like, are there some things like that that we can put into place that we have been working for our students, you know, our English language learners and our students that need other kinds of supports that we can think about replicating in the special education space to help make those connections stronger? Because I still think we have some work to do there, right? I think we all do. So a little bit all over the place, but I'll stop talking now.
Any other comments on this one?
Okay, I'll be real quick. I always say that, but this time I promise. Does CDAC also have access to Parent Square, or do you collaborate with them and like do all that?
You can hear me. Right, so Diego Perez works really closely with our CDAC leadership and myself so that he does all of the news share for us, all the publications and all of the announcements. So yeah, the answer is yes.
Okay.
But yes, so we, when we set all of those dates up at the beginning of the year, he collaborates with us to make sure that all of the information gets out to everyone.
Okay, okay, awesome. I'm just wondering because like I'm still learning Parent Square just like everyone else. So I'm like, do they have like their own or like if Diego is managing it for them and parents want to ask questions, does that go to you, to Diego?
There's a couple of different ways that can work. It depends. So if we're like in an active meeting, then they can just ask questions in a meeting. Several times last year, we put some sort of simple surveys out just to get feedback on, you know, what's working. And so we were able to send those out and collect those in multiple languages just to hear. And often it's just really individual questions. So that helps us know who needs what and how we can reach out to them, give them the answers they need. When we see trends, that's when we decide to address it on a larger scale and maybe make it like a topic at a CDAC meeting, or, you know, invite a specialist to come in and talk about that topic. It's something that we're seeing a lot of families being interested in.
Okay, cool.
I don't know about the two-way. I don't know. I don't know if it goes both ways.
That way or not.
I'm still figuring it out myself as a parent, so we're getting there.
Yeah. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
I think I have comments about that as well. Parent Square, that is. Going back to what Trustee Watkins had mentioned a while ago about when I look at the MPSs and MPAs and the chart and the thought about having something as of like today, right? We've got the last is 21-22. Where are we at 22-23, right, as we're going into this? And you have here, you know, you'd mentioned we've done a really good job in terms of like we only have one agency teacher, but we're trying to now work on the paras and the resource specialists as well. One thing that I'm interested in when you break up between the MPA and the MPS, right? We've had an increase in terms of the MPA cost by about 2.6 million or so. And the MPS has been just like 1.2. We have like 39 students in MPSs. I'm wondering if you went back to like 18, 19, 19, 20, 20, 21, like how many students were in that category? Because I remember when I joined the board, I'm pretty sure I think it was maybe only like 20 or 22 were in like the MPS, you know, and that was at sort of 1.7 maybe. And maybe my numbers are all off. But I'm curious to see how it fluctuates throughout the years. And then I'm assuming that the costs actually increase. I mean, you look at the actual cost per student in 2021 is probably much different from 18-19 because everything has gone up. I'd also be curious that if you project this out, just in terms of 22-23 and then years later, some of these students are going to also, per my earlier comment, they're going to graduate out. And so I kind of would love to see whether it's a strategic plan or something where you can kind of see like, this is what is going on and this is where we're going to. Like, so as we are maybe not going to over-identify people. We'll see a drop here, we'll do this, we'll see something. And it would be really interesting to see just in terms of the breakdown of just the numbers over the years. So that's my comment. I mean, yeah, it's a bit concerning, of course, but from what I hear, of course, it all fluctuates. And so I would maybe just love a little more data on that. But thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. I'd be happy to put that together for you. I can take a look.
Thank you for the presentation and the information. I don't have much to add other than I appreciate all of the information you share. Every time I think I learn something new every time you're up here, so I appreciate it. And just want to thank Amy for her comments, and at some point hopefully we can kind of circle back to what she shared and follow up on that. Professional development, but also she mentioned
Yeah.
Monday before school starts.
And we can briefly discuss that now. I'll ask David to chime in on this point because his department did coordinate and put together the professional development. But part of what the district did last November was begin a process of setting aside funding to offer professional development to our educators this summer. And we decided that because historically in the district, our teachers come back a day before school starts and they receive their professional development 3 days throughout the year that are separated by at least 60 days each time, that wasn't going to result in the kind of transformative educational practice we wanted to see this year. So we decided to offer 3 days of highly concentrated content training alongside some inclusion and gender spectrum training for 1 day and implicit bias training, a full day of implicit bias training. So you had several hundred, David would know more than I, but it's in the multiple hundreds of educators who came to those trainings. And so in doing so, we were able to honor our employees by paying them their per diem rate, which was also not a pre-existing practice. So a teacher that's been teaching for 25 years earned their actual salary to be here this summer. But we acknowledge some people have a wedding in June and were on vacation in August and couldn't be here on those days because this was so brand new for everybody. So we have a plan to get that reading program training for every teacher. And the dates have been identified. They're about 3 weeks from now. And the reason we chose to delay that training for the group of teachers that weren't able to come to the summer training is because we want them to bond with their students and not miss the first 25 days of school. So we acknowledge that for those classrooms, it is going to have a delay for that implementation. But we're okay with that because we wanted to establish the importance of the training and set the money aside. We set aside about $1 million to do the training. I know that our special education teachers had some predetermined and set aside training on those 5 days in June and August. And I believe some, I won't say many, but I believe some actually attended both. They went to the 5 days in June for special education and then came to the 5 days in August for general education. So I think many of our special educators came to those summer trainings. The key is that because special education is so varied, a teacher that teaches in a moderate to severe program where the children have social and executive functioning and life skills goals, attending a 3-day training on a reading program isn't going to facilitate them working with their students. But teachers who are using the SPIRE program, many have received the training, but would have benefited from continued training in the reading program that we have in place there, but also we're invited to attend the June and August training for the early literacy implementation that we put together. And again, David has more details than I, and we do have professional development coming up as a topic for this board to receive a presentation. And I know you'll go into a lot more detail then.
Yeah, you described it well. Let me just add that, I really want to honor kind of Amy's question and the concern, because historically, the way we've managed professional development has been sort of a one-shot opportunity. And then there wasn't the consistency of follow-up to make sure, did everybody get it and whatnot. And we're really shifting that model. So yes, the opportunity to optionally attend in June and in August, the opportunity to support more teachers in September, but also to recognize that we're committed to this program for many years, and we're going to look at this year, the whole year, as multiple opportunities. So if a person doesn't get access to it in June and August, and let's say doesn't get access to it in September, although that would be a concern, we will follow up. We have a list of every teacher that should receive the training. We will make sure that we're checking that box. So I appreciate Amy's concern and the questions that are raised, and because we're being sort of much more methodical about it now, also asking for sort of the patience to say, if you didn't get it right now, we've got you, we know who you are, and we will make sure that over the course of this year, we will get everybody trained. So that would be my add to what Superintendent Ochoa said.
Thank you so much. Any other final comments? All right, well, thank you, Heather. Let me find my agenda. Okay.
We're ready to move on to 9A, which is California Community Schools Partner Program Grant.
There we go. Can you hear me okay? Great. Hello, everyone. Again, my name is Dr. Christian Rubalcaba, and I am the Director of School Leadership. This thing is moving, or it's at home. Oh, Peter's doing it. Thank you, Peter. I was like, what's going on? I was like, whoa. Thank you, Peter. Appreciate it. And I'm here to talk to you, in addition to the Gulf's operation here, also here to talk to you all about the California Community Schools Partner Grant, the program that our district, under the direction of our Superintendent Ochoa, applied last spring, and we received. A little bit of background, the application was submitted in the previous school year, toward the end of the year. And not too long ago, we were notified, the district was notified that we had received a $200,000 grant to engage our Title I school communities in a 2-year stakeholder process. This is really an incredible commitment and investment in our Title I schools. California, in July 2021, they passed a hefty $3 billion investment. And this is kind of our kind of introduction into getting a piece of this hefty investment in California community school partnerships. So as you can see here, this is really community schools is really the approach on the whole child, which I will talk a little bit more about, and whole school model for equitable school improvement. These are the Title I schools in our district. We've got Laurel, Lead, Park, Fiesta Gardens, and Sunnybrae. And in this first part of the grant, we're in the planning grant phase, which means in the next 2 years, starting with this current year, we will begin to, engage these 5 school communities with a lot of parent engagement, professional development. What's really neat about this is the why, right? We know that school communities embody all voices, right? All hands on deck, all of their voices. So this is really sort of a process of empowering all of our communities in these Title I schools toward a common goal, which is to ensure that we provide every imaginable opportunity for children to thrive and succeed. Again, the approach here is whole child and approaching it through this cultural responsive lens. What's also really great is that all of this work in this current year and in the next year, which I'll talk a little bit more about what that will look like, it's all aligned to our current strategic plan. As we look at our 3 goals, achievement, equity, and wellness, it's really, the work that we will be engaging these 5 Title I school communities is really aligned to our strategic plan goals, including the 5 building blocks, right? There's going to be a deep family and community engagement as part of the process, professional development, a lot of data analysis and decision making when reaching out to our stakeholders. Shared leadership, we will focus on, including the student voices into our leadership councils, and even, the responsible fiscal support. Next week, there will be some budget meetings that our district, myself, will be attending to give us more insight onto this. So this key here is really important because this is what explains to you kind of the framework of the California Community Schools Partnership Program. They really have these 4 key pillars that are under the expanded learning time and opportunities, which, as you know, we've been talking a lot about, right? Integrated student supports, collaborative leadership and practices, active family and community engagement. So continuing to listen to our community voice members from every stakeholder group. The framework also believes in the 4 key conditions of learning, which are supportive environmental conditions, productive instructional strategies, again, all aligned to our strategic plan, social emotional learning, right, SEL component, systems of support to help the whole child and our families. These are the 4 cornerstone commitments that this framework believes in, right? Is this asset-driven and strength-based practice, racially just and restorative school climates, powerful and culturally proficient and relevant instruction, shared decision-making, and participatory practices. So as you can see, you can start seeing kind of that convergence of our strategic plan strategies, right? It's kind of embedded through all of these pieces here. And then the 4 proven practices, which are community asset mapping and gap analysis, community school coordinator, which, I will play in that role as I lead the march on this under the direction of Superintendent Ochoa. Site-based and LEA-based advisory councils that we will strengthen and build, and integrating and aligning other relevant programs. So this is kind of the framework that really undergirds and underpins this grant, this California School Community Program. So what to expect, as I stated earlier, we are in the first phase, which is the 2-year planning grant phase, which we just received. And this will then allow us to fulfill these 5 areas. And then there will be like this huge data analysis, and we will submit an application at the conclusion of the 2nd year to then receive, hopefully, right? And we are at the end, we will go for that implementation grant, which will then funnel funds and literally listen to the stakeholder feedback on all the important pieces. So we will engage our community this first year in professional development, on teacher instruction, restorative justice, PBIS, early childhood education, and then that parent engagement, which we know is so key, right? We know that we need to include parent voices in how we frame a child, the whole child and their experience in our schools. So we're really going to hone in on that key question: what does it take to effectively be involved in one's child education, right? So again, is that engagement and bridging that gap between the school and the home.
And I think what's key about the way this process will unfold is that you will be at these schools this year, like in 30 to 60 days, holding a meeting with a room full of parents talking about restorative justice, and then come back a month later with that group of parents and talk about early childhood education and PBIS. And then 3 months later, take that group of parents through an analysis of our TK through 8 program. Basically, turn the focus on what we're doing to try to educate their kids, to hear from them what's not working for you, what's missing for you, what sounds like, wait, you do that? I've never heard of that, right? So what are we missing in terms of not hearing from families from these 5 communities? At that point, kicking forward to about February, March, sitting with these folks and doing an asset-based analysis to talk to these families from these 5 school communities and create time and space so we can talk about the good things that this community brings to the table, so that we can then identify the barriers getting in the way of their kids getting an education, such as, I never got my kids into preschool because you don't have enough preschool classes. At the end, you're going to have a team at each 5 of these schools of super involved, informed leaders who Dr. Rubalcaba is going to hand to the principal next year of each one of those schools to keep this process moving forward, create a plan for each school. So about February, March of 2024, we're applying for funding. Each one of these schools is a little bit different in size. So Laurel's a real big school. They would stand to receive multiple millions of dollars over a 5-year period, which their staff and parents, this shared leadership group, would decide how to spend those monies in alignment with these pillars. A smaller school like Park might have 1.5 million, just as an example, but it would be sufficient to meet the need for those kids. And then at that point in time, as the superintendent and our director of equity, our directors of curriculum and instruction, will make a case to the school board to say, if the state's going to give us 2 million, let's add 750,000 for each school. So we have some investment in this community schools program. So when the funds dry up in 5 years, we can keep this working. We've budgeted for this. It creates value. It addresses needs on the front end. It's very, very powerful work.
Very powerful work. And, Superintendent Ochoa emphasized, the focus is restorative, right? I mean, we're looking at how to enrich, these families, right? And communities through a strength-based approach, asset-based approach, this restorative component. And we're moving away from deficit thinking, deficit models, and really looking to advance inclusion and equity, right? And empowering our families to be a part of the decision-making process, because we know that they have opinions. They know, what services that they need that our system might be failing to capture, right? And that's kind of speaks to Superintendent Ochoa's comment on this piece here on, identifying the key barriers that are coming in the way of that. And so this deep, meaningful engagement is really going to help us bring in the resources that we know these communities need, that, to make them even stronger and provide these whole child kind of approach to ensuring that every child has every opportunity to succeed and not just reach potential, right? There's all this talk about reaching the potential, but reaching beyond that potential, right? There's a big difference there, right? Everyone's got a potential, but I think it's even better to go beyond that potential and give every child the keys that they need for that. And that's it. Any questions?
Any questions?
Thank you. Great presentation. A couple of questions. The first one, Superintendent Ochoa, you touched on briefly a little bit in terms of the finances and sort of the long-term plan. Is there, so the way I understand it, 2 years, we got a $200,000 planning grant. After the 2 years, I mean, we're doing all this stuff, we're planning, we're then gonna apply for an implementation grant for our 5 schools. Has the state capped out how much money we will be receiving? Is it more of like, well, we are going to plan and our plan shows that we need X amount of dollars in this, and then we apply for that? Or is it like, here's the limit that you can have, this is what you're working with?
I think the limits are going to be determined by the site's, report. There will be a very deep data-driven analysis for each site, and that's really going to determine the actual number of funding that will be funneled to that school.
One of the things working to our advantage here as well is our willingness as a district to take in this potential opportunity and say, we should do this. Because this is a lot of work and this does not happen during the regular workday. This is all stuff, Dr. Rubalcaba will be at these schools from 5:30 until 7:45, 8 p.m. multiple times every month for the next year. And it is a matter of fact that there are many, many school districts regionally and throughout the state who qualify for this program that did not apply for the funds. So many that they're going to do a second round to try to elicit more. Now, if I want to be a pessimist and say, I don't think even that second round is going to drum up the kind of applications they're hoping for, what will happen is the $3 billion doesn't become 2 billion or 1 billion. They take those budget stratifications, like schools with less than 100 can qualify for 50,000 a year. Schools between 101 and 300 can qualify for such and such, and they increase the available amounts for each one of those schools. That's the reason when I meet with administrators and staff, I say, could be as little as 7.5 million, could be as much as 10 to 11 million, based on how many people applied and who was granted the funding for those applications.
And then assuming we're successful, we will then have 5 years to go ahead and spend that amount of money down. And the way that you explained it is we will put in some of our own money, and so at some point it tips. So therefore, we won't actually have a successful program that now just runs out of money.
Because we want to have the program give us the results we want, which is more kids ready, more kids coming to school, more kids reading, more kids doing math at grade level. So where you might spend $220,000 the first year in a tutoring program, you want to plan the second year to have that number come down because more students are at grade level as a result of the in-class instruction and changes that we've put in place and the effectiveness of our tutoring.
Great. Thank you. Second question, which maybe is, I should ask maybe in the next agenda item, maybe, but I'll just raise it as a precursor, is obviously Fiesta Gardens is one of our Title I schools and is going through with an analysis. So I don't know if we want to talk about it now or in the
our next item.
Okay. Thank you.
One clarifying question, the current grant for 200,000, Is that solely for the stakeholder engagement piece, or it's also to begin implementing some of the strategies that are coming?
Stakeholder.
Only stakeholder. Do you have the second pot of money you're talking about is for the implementation?
Correct.
So it would be, let's just use Laurel since our illustrious assistant principals here, still with us, by the way, wonderful to see there. That school could potentially receive, say, $500,000 each year for those 5 years, but it would start in 24, 25. So 24, 25, 25, 26, 27, 28, 28, 29. So you're talking far down the road. And my recommendation to the school board will be in our long-term planning to allocate funding to take this potential opportunity and say, let's put some of our own skin in the game so that when this funding does go away, because it will go away, there's still that historical connection to what we tried to do through the community schools grant. And maybe none of us are here 6 years from now in the positions we're in, but we'll have left something in place that's really powerful and has that feeling of sort of it belongs in our district and it stays in place.
The follow-up to that is just, obviously there's some pieces that we know are best practices, some things that are already happening. Like I'm thinking about, for example, like Boys and Girls Club after school services that's happening at Park now. Are there any aspects of that we plan to begin implementing prior to like completing this process?
Yeah, so if you take a look at our strategic plan and the very cutting edge, very ambitious goals that we have there and the strategies that we have in place, you pointed out, or Vice President Watkins, the impact that we expect to see from the Boys and Girls Club program that we've initiated at Park and serving 126 kids as we speak. This program is the kind of program that if we can get a foothold and expand next year and build upon the program, then this gives us that opportunity to put it in place in 12 months. The community schools grant program and process is designed to facilitate exactly that. Extended day supports are built into it. So we want both things to happen at the same time. We want to be able to build and then also engage and plan for the future so that it becomes long-term and not solely tied to this group of school board members and superintendent, but rather just think about, it's actually sort of very beautiful to think about like parents at each one of these school communities saying, no, we fought for our tutoring program. We want to keep our tutoring program with the Boys and Girls Club or with the Annex or with Newton, with Homework Central, what have you, so that we've brought them into the decision-making role.
Any other clarifying questions?
I have one. I'm just wondering, I know we have a lot of community partners and we celebrated them at the end of last school year. Wait, when?
Yeah.
It was? Okay.
Yeah.
Everything.
June 7th.
Time is a blur for me. But how are we planning on collaborating with them and because I think about how, with their resources and ours and we can, just be a little bit more effective. And I know there's many of our community partners that want to be part of this and are excited. And I actually see some folks who have cared about North Central getting a school. I'm jumping to a different topic, but about all of our Title I schools and the needs of the students there. Yeah, so I see some folks on the call, but my point was, yeah, how are we collaborating with our community partners, and is there going to be some time spent on identifying other community partners? Yeah.
Absolutely. And so part of that stakeholder engagement with parents and families is to identify what it is that would help, right, educate the child and provide those opportunities. So that data, that qualitative data, is going to drive our decisions and the recommendations that we propose to the implementation grant. Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at like the cornerstone commitments, and I'm all about them, but I'm just wondering how like the second one specifically, like how we've thought about rolling that out in the training.
Which one is that one?
The racially just and restorative school climates.
Mm-hmm. So that component, there's different ways, right? One of them is, providing, PD, professional development. I know our director of equity is, heavily involved in connecting us with, respectable folks, right, in the field who have been successful and engaging communities and stakeholders on that topic. So a lot of that, again, will be, holding those conversations with our communities and guiding them, right, and into thinking about how we can imagine ourselves as, racially just community, right? And that's part of the big vision of the California Community School, is to be, a part of a school community that is run democratically, where everyone feels safe to voice and be a part and integrate themselves. And so a lot of that will be, a part of the engagement and the conversations that we have with families, that I certainly will plan to be having with families in Spanish, the languages that they speak, and doing that the same right with staff. So, I mean, I think, our different stakeholder groups will be receiving, that meaningful conversation and professional development.
Okay. Peter, can we please get public comment on this item?
If there's any members of the public that would like to make comment on this item, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, President Proctor, we have no hands for public comment.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back to the board for board comments.
I'll be brief. We talked about everything. I'm very excited that this is happening. I can't wait. And I'm very curious to see how the whole plan and the planning goes forth. It'll be really interesting. And then I guess the only other question is at what point will you come back for updates? But I'm generally very excited about it and can't wait. Thank you.
I will also be brief this time. Thank you so much for the update on this. Also really excited and looking forward to updates on how the stakeholder engagement sessions go and what we're learning and what that means for the work that we're going to do. But this is really important work. So thank you for leading it.
I'll be brief as usual. Thank you so much for all of this. I'm really excited. Like Superintendent Ochoa mentioned, we may not all be here when we fully see this whole plan go through, but it feels really good to be kind of building this foundation at this point. And I just can't wait to hear updates and learn more about what's going on. So thank you so much.
I will just say that I'm so excited that we're doing this. And as one of the resources that I was kind of asking about before, I want to like flag again that, and I want to be clear, I know that the North Central community is not the only community or area that needs support. But North Central did get a grant from San Francisco Foundation, and there's like a fellowship that will have about $300,000 to invest into North Central in the next 3 years. And so I'm going to be one of the fellows. And I've already said like, oh, we need to collaborate because we have this opportunity and we can do all of this at the same time and work together and be more effective. So yeah, I want to make sure to elevate that again.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation tonight. We will move on to item 9B, PAN presentations, North Central San Mateo School Design District Equity Review and Systems Mapping.
Thank you, President Proctor. Tonight's presentation will be probably the most unique presentation of the night. As the board is well aware, dating back as far as November of 2020, the school board entered into a contract with the Pedro Noguera consulting firm at the time to begin work, equity-related work for the district related to North Central San Mateo focus group work, resulting in a presentation a couple of weeks before I joined the district as the superintendent, which led to a follow-up agreement with PAN to engage in 3 projects for us, a school design project that took place over a 7-month period, a district equity review, which took place concurrently, and a process mapping review, which is a real specific focusing on early literacy for English learner students that took place also during the same time frame. And our lead consultant, Joaquin Noguera, Dr. Noguera, is out of the country, but he and I have been working together on this project with his team, Isis Delgado and others who've done excellent work. And we didn't want to risk trying to make a phone call over across the pond. So he's going to join us via recorded presentation to the board. And he has made an agreement to come to your next school board meeting to have a very thorough conversation. So unfortunately, you can ask all the questions you want, but he's not going to answer them tonight. But the good thing about it is it's sort of like putting this information out there to digest it, to think about it, to really formulate some really well thought out comments and questions, and to give the community an opportunity to digest it and to learn about it. We'll also bring those documents to our special study session because they do relate to the idea of equity focused data analysis, and just include them on that agenda as something folks who choose to attend that meeting can log into. And with the help of our illustrious Director of Technology, Peter, he's going to queue up Dr. Noguera. And there's 2 different presentations. The first is the school design presentation. It's about 17 minutes long. And then the second, he has a doctorate, remember? So the second is a 30-minute long presentation. So we're going to lock in. I'm serious.
Greetings, community members of the San
Peter,
Mateo-Foster City School.
Take it away.
Okay, I'm about to play the video. Please let me know if you guys can hear it appropriately because my Zoom is acting up, but hold on.
Greetings, community members of the San Mateo-Foster City School District, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Ochoa. My name is Joaquin Noguera. I am a member of the PAN team, and it is a pleasure to be able to share with you all an update on the work we've been doing in the district this year. This year, following the work that we did last year, we were asked to support 3 initiatives. Today, I'll be presenting on the 3 initiatives. However, I'm going to begin with the work we did to support the design of a new school for North Central San Mateo. This work involved the creation of a draft for the school's vision and mission, recommendations for the educational program, and recommendations for the district's next steps to continue to move this project forward. We created a school design team. This school design team was comprised of 16 family members from North Central San Mateo, 8 educators who work for the district, some teachers, at least 1 school leader, and some district administrators as well. 5 of my colleagues supported this work. The team worked over the course of 6 weeks from April on through May, and they got together on a weekly basis, 6 times to do their work as a team. In addition to the 6 meetings, there were 2 2-hour community town hall meetings that were open to family members from North Central San Mateo. The school design team meetings were conducted in Spanish with English support. We initially planned to facilitate these meetings in English, but we soon learned that the family members that made up the majority of our team were predominantly Spanish speakers. And so our team pivoted, and those who were unable to speak Spanish were provided translation support. The purpose of these meetings was really to lift the voices of family members from North Central San Mateo, community members, and other educators who have worked in North Central San Mateo for years, so that their views, their perspectives, their experiences could inform the educational program, the vision, and the mission of the future school that will serve students from North Central San Mateo and families as well. The work that we did was grounded in, first, the Community Schools Playbook, a resource that was created by the Partnership for the Future of Learning, as well as the 4 Pillars of Community Schools, which is another resource that has been used and is used across the state of California to support community school initiatives. I'm including the characteristics of high quality implementation that came from the Community Schools Playbook. This is the Family and Community Engagement Principles. I'm not going to explain all of them. I'm leaving it here so that the Board of Trustees can review this themselves and get a sense of the praxis, the theoretical and practice-based knowledge that informed our work. But to just kind of highlight a few areas, the first is that school and district staff incorporate local knowledge from the communities that they serve into community school practices and curriculum. Staff members have to be trained in and demonstrate cultural competency so they can build trusting relationships with family and community members. Number 7 is that schools include family and community members in decision-making, planning, and asset and needs assessment, etc. This is really what guided our work. It was in the spirit of really mobilizing, but also empowering the North Central community members from North Central community, that we worked in this way. In addition, the 4 pillars of community schools were the focus of our work together. So the findings that I have, which are really the recommendations for the educational program to share today, are organized by these 4 pillars. 4 pillars of the collaborative leadership and practices, integrated student supports, active family and community engagement, and expanded and enriched learning time and opportunities. These are the characteristics that make community schools what they are, which are much more than traditional schools aim to be. In terms of our engagement with the school design team, it is worth noting the different steps that we took. So we first met the community members that were brought together. and we sat and listened to them to learn about their experiences and their perceptions of the district and of what North Central San Mateo students and families need. The next was what involved more of their listening. We intentionally worked to build the capacity of the team members so that they understood the work that we were engaged in. Part of this had to do with learning about the 4 pillars of a comprehensive community school. We next brainstormed ideas for each component and worked together to determine 3 areas that the group felt would be most important to prioritize. And the school design team created subcommittees to develop ideas for those areas, those priority areas. The school design team then reviewed drafts that were created by the subcommittees and updated them by giving each other feedback before going out and hosting a town hall, a community town hall, where additional family members from North Central San Mateo were invited to provide feedback. That feedback was then incorporated into the work that the school design team was creating, generating, and updating with that feedback. We then went back to the town hall for additional feedback and made additional updates. In the end, our school design team had to vote on the resources that were generated, and the vote for approval was meant to represent, quote, "I love it and I will advocate for this." That is for the new school's vision, mission, the educational programs, and the recommendations that are outlined here. So the drafted vision and mission for the new school. It's important to note that a school's vision and mission can exist as wallpaper, and unfortunately in many schools it does. However, in high-functioning learning institutions, the vision and mission guide the development of systems, structures, as well as practices that the individuals within those systems, those institutions use. It should guide day-to-day work. The vision is what we want to become and what we want to create, what we want to accomplish. But the mission is how we will get there. It speaks to our commitments. So with that said, the draft of the vision that as it exists now is that our students will deepen their intellectual curiosity to navigate and transform their diverse communities. By centering culturally responsive teaching and building relationships with families, our students will be bilingual and biliterate advocates for equity and justice. The future school is a rigorous Spanish dual language immersion K-8 community school, where our students are celebrated for the gifts they bring as emergent bilingual learners. Our school prioritizes serving the whole person by embedding academic and social emotional services into all programming plans and engagement opportunities to ensure that our students and families thrive. All members of this community have a shared responsibility for the growth and success of each student and work as equal partners rooted in loving, respectful relationships. The school design team, as I said before, was guided by the 4 pillars of a community school. So what I'm about to share now in terms of outcomes relate directly to those 4 pillars. It's worth noting, though, that what I'm sharing are highlights and abbreviated versions of what was generated by the school design team. So let's begin with leadership and shared responsibilities. The school design team focused first on roles, responsibilities, and hiring. They charge us with establishing a hiring timeline that accounts for candidates from other San Mateo-Foster City schools and beyond to ensure the district and school are recruiting from expanded pools of educators that understand and embody the community school model. We need to ensure that all roles within the school are intentionally designed for impact on student learning, with delineated responsibilities as well as collaborative relationships and connection to other roles. We must protect roles so that personnel are supported to do the most high impact work and establish accountability measures for the unique roles in a community school. For example, mental health services coordinators need to have time, and space protected for them to do the work that they do. They will need to be available for walk-in appointments and should not be pulled to cover other logistical needs. As we know, those of us who have been working in schools for many years, there are times when we need help and people are brought away from their roles and responsibilities, or simply lend an extra hand. We're going to need to be really intentional about the utilization of the people within this school. Enrollment. Provide inclusive guidelines for enrollment that appropriately address students' developmental needs. For example, the consideration of a 6th grade student should be different from those of a kindergarten student applying for enrollment. We'll need to develop some systems to work out those differences. Create an enrollment process that attracts students and families that align with the mission, vision, school model, and graduate learner profile. This school is intended to serve those who the district had determined were underserved. That should not be lost as we move forward. That reality should not be lost as we move forward and create this school. So we'll need to create equitable and transparent policies for enrollment that offer priority to members of the North Central community. Integrated student supports. The school design team has suggested that we develop clear roles and responsibilities for all support personnel, especially those with positions that are unique to the community school model. Within these roles, there should be clear structures in place for data-driven decision-making, meaningful collaboration, and measurable impact. Consider hiring an intake specialist. This is a different role than it's likely that this role does not exist in other district schools. But this person will research and communicate with the enrolled families prior to the school opening. This staff member could work to ensure the proper integrated student supports are in place, and also do outreach with local community-based organizations to supplement with additional supports for students and families. We'll need to create a safety plan that is holistic, inclusive, and aligned to the community school model. Carefully consider the impact of police and security presence on campus. Ensure other supports, for example, mental health, family liaisons, etc., can be leveraged to support a safe learning environment while also ensuring the campus is open and welcoming to key family and community partners. Next, prioritize after-school programming to ensure it is designed towards student interest, cost-efficient, open to all families of interest, and prioritizes families with the greatest needs and scheduled to meet their needs. Family and community engagement. In this particular area, we recommend that we actively engage the school design team members for continued and future work and draw on their expertise to understand the team's experiences, decision-making tools, and their vision. We should provide leadership development for families and partners engaged in design work to maximize their impact. We should support community leadership by establishing teaming structures, appropriate staff partners, and relevant data sharing. We will also need to build meaningful partnerships with community-based organizations that include values-aligned criteria for partnership. This means we are selective with our partners. We should be working with CBOs to develop measurable outcomes for the school and CBO to accomplish through their collaborative work. Finally, academic programming and expanded learning opportunities. We need to build an intentional research-based model for bilingual learning. We've heard discussion, rich discussion, important discussion by the Board of Trustees about dual immersion, dual language models. There are different ways to approach this. We suggest that you leverage bilingual education research to build a comprehensive approach to bilingual learning based on those you are serving. The approach should account for differences in pacing, curriculum, and work to actively and intentionally dispel myths while holding high expectations. We need to design unique supports within the classroom and through the integrated student supports to ensure success of the bilingual model. We should be really intentional about empowering families to analyze the different bilingual models and make informed decisions about what is best for students. Finally, we have to consider the impact on enrollment when designing the bilingual approach. Ensure that students and families have equitable access to enrollment with consideration for home language, heritage speakers, and newcomers. Throughout this work, it was clear to us that the research out there on what helps schools to be successful across different kinds of schools is going to be useful for this initiative. The Chicago Consortium for School Improvement has, for more than 2 decades, studied schools and arrived at 5 essential areas that must be addressed for any school to continuously grow and improve. We recommend that the school design team, that the Board of Trustees, and that the district as a whole support the use of the 5 essentials to guide the growth of this new school. The 5 characteristics are effective leaders, collaborative teachers, ambitious instruction, supportive environments, and involved families. This may seem simple, but it's through prioritizing these 5 areas that they come together to have the impact on students and families and the wider community, as well as teachers and those who work within the school. This is the most promising path forward. So, in terms of what's next, we believe that the next best step will be to develop a hiring committee to recruit and select individuals for the core school leadership roles based on the recommendations that the school design team has outlined. We'll need to ensure that leaders have a record of being collaborative and community engaged, that they are competent in building teacher and staff capacity, and experienced in dual immersion settings. We must also ensure that they have a laser-like focus on equity. Once the leaders are selected, the hiring committee will transform itself into an advisory board that supports the leaders to recruit and hire staff and begin to develop school systems and partnerships. I have here a brief quote from those scholars that are responsible for the 5 essentials being lifted up and being made useful for educators across the country and the world. They argue that leadership is the driver for change. And they say, quote, "These school-based leaders build agency for change at the community level, nurture the leadership of others through a shared vision for local reform, and provide the necessary guidance over time to sustain a coherent program of school-wide development." Thank you.
And President Proctor, as promised earlier, David, if you can help. Thanks. As promised earlier, we do have a follow-up presentation from Joaquin Noguera, and this upcoming presentation is going to really start to look closely at the district equity review, which was a project that was put together involving a series of in-depth interviews with key staff members and an analysis of the district's programs. And then separate from that, a deep dive into a process analysis related to early literacy for our English learner students. So I'm going to put it back with Peter, and he can get the video queued up for the district equity review and the process analysis.
Greetings. It is a pleasure to again share some of the work that we have done this year within the San Mateo-Foster City School District. As I shared before, FUN Limited was engaged in 3 initiatives this year. This presentation will first address the district equity review, and then I'll move on to discuss the systems mapping work that we did. So, a district equity review, what is it? District equity review is one strategy for understanding a district's capacity to know about and respond to school and student equity needs. It's also an important strategy for establishing priorities for development and improvement that guide growth. Through an equity review, we examine the systems, structures, practices, and processes used by the organization, in this case, the district, that shape patterns and trends in the experiences, perceptions, and outcomes of students and community stakeholders. But the process is ultimately intended to illuminate the strengths and areas in need of growth and establish a shared understanding of those needs, so that we can use it to inform strategic intervention. Through the process, we engage district staff and other leaders through interviews and focus groups and learn about their roles and responsibilities, as well as their perceptions and experiences with the district's strengths and needs. It is but one approach, and it is a powerful one. We've used this approach across many districts. We've also used a similar and modified approach for schools to understand what is working well to support equity and what could be or needs to be adjusted or done away with to address equity at school sites. So this mixed method approach is the first step in a cycle of continuous development and improvement. And as you see here, this representation of a cycle of development and improvement has the vision at the center. As Peter Senge has written, you can't have a shared learning or you can't have a learning organization without a shared vision. The shared vision, it provides a compass to keep learning on course when stress develops. And as those of us who work in schools know, schools can be stressful places. They are stressed themselves by what happens around and outside of schools. So a vision is really, really important. But based on that vision, the first step is to understand the context. And that's what the cycle of the district equity review is intended to do, to clarify the current context. When we understand what the current context is, what's working, what's not working well to support equity, then we can actually develop priorities, plan for those priorities, and take action and be intentional in how we approach change. We should then assess the impact of our actions, and that takes us back to a new place, a new start, new beginning for the cycle, a new context for where we are now. So the questions that we ask as we are reviewing a district: what is happening and why? What's working well? Do the people who work in this system know what's happening? Are they able to respond in a timely manner? What are the mechanisms that they rely on for knowing what's happening and for intervening? What then should be the priorities for development and improvement? Our approach to the district equity review involved stakeholders at the district level, as well as parents, principals, and occasionally teachers as well, being involved in focus groups, interviews, and other discussions. We also review documents, and we use a rubric. We created a rubric that has a 4-point scale, with 4 being exemplary, which means that there's evidence of high impact equity practices, 3 being established, that equity-oriented engagement is embedded in the system, a 2 being emerging, that emerging equity practices are visible, are apparent, are felt, are recognized, and 1 ineffectual, that efforts to address equity are limited, brand new, or do not exist. The research that supports a district equity review or even a district audit, equity audit, is robust. These are some of the resources that we used to develop the tools that we used in the district equity review process. Right now, I'm going to highlight one of the most important ones that was useful for developing our framework and our rubric. This is the District's Advancing Racial Equity tool, DARE tool. The DARE tool has 6 domains, 6 areas that it looks at, or that district leaders can focus on. We adopted and adapted this framework and created our own. Of course, this is intended to address specifically racial equity and give a sense of direction, but also work instructively to provide a sense of what matters and what you should have or what you should address for district leaders. So in adapting this DARE tool, we chose to explicitly consider 3 areas that research suggests are predictors of student achievement. That is race, socioeconomic status, and language background. So this district equity review, looked at these 4 domains and takes into consideration how we address issues of race, socioeconomic status, and language background in San Mateo-Foster City School District. Domain 1 is related to there being a vision for district-wide educational equity that accounts for, appreciates, and targets different racial, socioeconomic, and linguistic needs. Domain 2 is around access to rich, deeper learning and culturally responsive curricula and practices in all schools and for each student population. Domain 3, safe and healthy, inclusive learning environments. Domain 4, financial, human, and material resources that are sufficiently, appropriately, and equitably allocated across and within schools. Domain 5, meaningful partnerships with families and communities. And Domain 6, systems for gathering, communicating, and using data to drive change, equity-driven change. So in all, we did quite a bit in the time that we worked within the district on this district equity review. We reviewed 86 documents, engaged in 16 interviews, 8 focus groups, and there were 55 participants in our focus groups, 32 parents, 14 principals, 9 teachers on special assignment. We had 71 participants in total. So we felt good about the data that we gathered and the reach of our inquiry. And ultimately, our findings, we feel confident in asserting that these are the necessary areas to focus on, that our assessment of the district's capacity is reliable and accurate based on how deep we went, based on the people that we spoke with, the documents that we reviewed, and the experiences that we learned about across stakeholder groups. So here on the left-hand side, you'll see each of the domains. And on the right-hand side, you will see what we scored each of the domains. Every domain was scored either a 2, emerging, where there are budding and perhaps promising practices or systems in place, or a 1, ineffectual, either systems or practices were inconsistent, non-existent, or too new to really see the impact of. Again, this is in relation to equity. This does not mean that there are not people working hard. There are people working very, very hard. Good, smart people across the district. We've met lovely people who are really want to see change and are ready for change. It is partly because they are so ready for change that they were so very honest with us about the inconsistencies across the district and the history, the past practices that disregarded inequity. There were many stakeholders were very vocal about 3 areas that have shifted noticeably for them. And you'll notice that I'm not identifying any people because the district equity review is really not an evaluation of individuals. It is an examination of how the system, structures, practices, and processes shape people's experiences, the outcomes, and the perceptions that come from those experiences and outcomes. So people shared with us that 3 areas have been developed, grown a bit since the arrival of Superintendent Ochoa. One is a vision for equity. It has not gotten to the point that it's been committed to paper, but equity is a part of conversations across change efforts. The second area, and this is something that has been a breath of fresh air for most of the people that we've spoken with. saying that there's no ambiguity here. We're very clear. Equity is important. We're going to talk about it. It's going to inform our work. It's going to inform our planning. There's no way around it. Equity's on the table. The second issue is data-driven decision-making. That is that Superintendent Ochoa has been giving people practice, but also requiring decisions to be supported by data. And this is really important. This is what the research shows we need to do. This is kind of working smart, right? We have to know what we're doing. If we don't know the impact of what we're doing, how do we know if it's working at all or having the effect that we hope it does? So we've got vision, we're beginning to clarify the vision, beginning to use data more intentionally and the right kind of data. And the third area has to do with developing meaningful partnerships with families and communities, particularly those that have historically not been included or not in decision-making, or that have historically the district has been less successful in engaging and supporting. So that is important. That is important to note. We want to lift that up here in this district equity review, that even in just the 1 year since leadership change took place at the highest level in the district, those who are working at the district recognize the difference, and they are beginning to organize themselves differently as a result. That said, because these changes are so new, we were unable to score any of these domains higher than a 2. And what that means is that there's a need to develop quite a bit of infrastructure in the district, so that the district has new ways of knowing and uses those ways of knowing more consistently with shared understandings of their use, and so that intervention can take place, meaningful intervention can take place. So based on our time within the district, based on this district equity review, we put forth the following recommendations. First, we must prioritize development of a more robust infrastructure within the district to better support the district's capacity to know and respond to student and school equity needs within the district. We suggest that the district focus on addressing Domain 1, a clear, ambitious vision for educational equity. Domain 4, financial, human, and material resources that are sufficiently, appropriately, and equitably allocated across and within the schools. And Domain 6, developing systems for gathering, communicating, and using data to drive progress. These are needed because they are foundational for monitoring, providing support, as well as accountability when it comes to practices, systems that are necessary and that are recognized as being important for supporting equity. Once these areas have been developed and progress has been made, in some ways, we also I'm going to take a step back. Domain 1, 4, and 6, there are pockets within the district. There are systems that some district employees use that are helpful here, but they are so inconsistent in their use, or they are not shared at other school sites, or they exist within elementaries but not middle schools, or the other way around, that the development isn't the same all around, right? What I mean here is some things will need to be created, other things will need to be expanded, okay? So the longer report will detail what exactly we need to create and what needs to be expanded. Once progress has been made in these particular areas, we recommend that the district focus on Domain 2, access to rich, deeper learning, culturally responsive curriculum and practices. Domain 3, a focus on safe, healthy, and inclusive environments at schools. And Domain 5, meaningful partnerships with families in the community. These areas are not simply add-ons, but change efforts in these areas are less promising if the infrastructure related to resource management and distribution, a shared vision, and the use of data are not established. So those are our recommendations from this district equity review. And we have very much faith in this district's ability to proceed in a promising manner, because we met people who have the skill, have the knowledge, but need to be supported to be able to work together to develop solutions to the problems that they've been facing, some of whom have been facing for many years, but others who are new to these challenges and are bringing the potential to innovate and provide some of the solutions to the challenges that you all are facing. I'll now move on to the work we did to engage in systems mapping of learning and teaching for emergent bilingual students. To be clear, systems mapping and process mapping work they are strategies that are used by the learning sciences. Okay, one of the best known books on the learning sciences is Learning to Improve: How America's Schools Can Get Better at Getting Better. This was our main resource that informed our work and our analysis and the practices that we engaged in with district employees. But we also drew from the other two resources that I have shown here, Improvement Science: Promoting Equity in Schools, and the Educational Leader's Guide to Improvement Science. Improvement principles guide improvement science work, okay, learning sciences work, the work of learning sciences in schools. So I'm going to just share some of these principles right now, because one of them is what guided, it most directly impacted the work that we did. The principles are to make the work problem specific and user-centered, to focus on variation in performance, to see the system that produces the current outcomes, to recognize that we cannot improve what we cannot measure, and to use disciplined inquiry to drive improvement so that we can accelerate learning through networked communities. Okay. So the issue of seeing the system that produces the current outcomes is what we have hoped to address through the creation of systems map, a systems map of learning and teaching for emergent bilingual students. So what is a system? We're talking about systems mapping, so we should clarify what a system is. I have here 4 definitions. I'm going to read 2 of them. I'm sure that you all can find additional definitions of systems, but this is some of what the scholarly literature says about systems. First, a system is a configuration of interdependent parts that are connected through a web of relationships, forming a whole that is greater than the sum of its parts. You may have parts of a system that work very effectively, but when understanding the whole system, you can't only look at that piece, right? For example, you may have a very high functioning school where students are high performing. You have another school where there's a lot of teacher turnover and students are not performing so well. These are all in the same district. So what is the system doing? Who is it impacting and why? How? Okay. Another definition: systems are overlapping, nested, and networked. They have subsystems and operate within broader systems. The point here is that systems are not one thing. Systems are what we must examine if we are to address equity, because student achievement is not the result of any one thing. There are multiple factors that shape how students show up in classrooms and teachers. And so a systems map is an attempt to identify the different variables and portray them in a manner that makes for a useful resource for decision making or further inquiry. So in our work, we took 4 steps to engage in this systems mapping work. The first step had to do with answering certain questions. We asked these questions aloud with participants. Participants answered these questions and asked us other questions. Some of these questions are: what are the systems, structures, practices, policies, and processes that contribute to the educational outcomes we're seeing among emerging bilingual students, who are often referred to as English learners in your district? Think of everything in the district that contributes to these outcomes. We remind folks, we are not diagnosing. This is not an assessment yet. We are simply, in this first step, wanting to identify the different factors that matter. What matters? What happens? Why? Next step, once we have identified the different variables that impact the system, that are a part of the system, we group them. We come up with themes, and we organize those themes. Sometimes we collapse the themes. We do so in an attempt to organize our thinking about the system. Next, we engage in a brief kind of preliminary analysis. One of the activities we use is called a fishbone activity, which is intended to narrow the many factors that influence the current patterns. The issue that we centered, again, is the inequitable experiences and outcomes for students that are emergent bilingual students. Okay. So how do these different variables have some kind of impact on the inequity that we see in the data as it relates to student achievement for emergent bilingual students? So this work took place with a diverse group of community stakeholders. We had a core team that met 4 times. We also had 6 additional 1-hour interviews with 1 to 2 people at a time. Those interviews were conducted with individuals from the following stakeholder groups. We had district leaders, school leaders, teachers, non-classified staff, including those that work directly with emergent bilingual students and newcomers. And we also had a few parents. This allowed us to develop themes. We came up with 9 themes from all of the data that we gathered, from the variables that we identified. And these are leadership, beliefs and mindsets of employees, service delivery models and practices, curriculum and instruction, professional development, data and data use, family and community engagement, schools as a whole, issues like staffing structures were a part of that, enrollment policies. And then 9 is allocation of financial resources. Some of these themes were collapsed and reorganized into models that we believed would be more helpful for analysis. We also developed, in our preliminary analysis, a kind of 5 things that we looked for. We looked for opportunities for responsiveness, where practices or systems were new, equity issues that relate to racial, socioeconomic, or linguistic inequity, system structures or practices or processes that are not systematized or inconsistent, and finally, promising practices, systems, structures, or processes. And this here is a simplified representation of this very same diagram, this graphic representation of the systems. And after further distilling the themes into 7 categories, we have identified these areas as the most critical areas that impact how students and teachers show up when it comes to the educational experiences and outcomes for emerging bilingual students. These are beliefs and mindsets, leadership, service delivery model and practices, financial resources and allocation of those resources, family and community engagement, data and data use, and then professional development. Just zeroing in on one of those issues. Again, I'm distinguishing between an issue and a problem. People often use the term problem of practice. We resist that in this part of the work because there is a culture, a tendency to blame practitioners. When anybody who's ever taught, anyone who's ever led in a school knows that it's not simply about skill or technical knowledge, right? There are multiple factors that shape how we show up and how others show up, and the effectiveness of how we show up. So we're not calling this a problem of practice. This is still at the level of not specific enough. These are issues. Problems are much more specific. So when it comes to the issue of service delivery models and practices, we began to look and see some patterns here. One was that most of the variables associated with service delivery models and practices are not systematized. they're inconsistent. They're inconsistently used across the district as well as at school sites. This became an area of focus for us because this includes how teachers plan. This includes the resources that teachers are provided, the support that teachers get, any kind of interventions when learning and teaching is not working well, and it's not very consistent. So this particular issue, this area of service delivery models and practices, is actually one of the areas that we are making a recommendation about. Okay. However, the research is quite clear that there are many views on how we can change systems. Some perspectives are grounded in theory and others are grounded in practice. We are not beholden to any one particular theory, and we also know that it's important that practitioners maintain a wide view angle and recognize that people have worked on these issues for a long time, so we can't ignore theory. So we try to adopt and adapt from the different perspectives. One perspective that we find promising, again, from the work of Peter Senge, is a view that suggests that there are 6 conditions of systems change and 3 areas that must be focused on in order to have a promising change effort. There is the structural areas. There are structural areas, so these have to do with policies, practices, resources. There are the transformative areas, which have to do with mental modes. This might be the belief systems or even the ideologies of the practitioners involved in the system. And then there are the issues that are in the middle, have to do with relationships and connection and power dynamics. So if we're able to address all 3 of these areas, the explicit, the semi-explicit, and the implicit, remember, mental modes are not always made explicit unless someone says something explicit. If we can address the 3 areas, we have a more promising approach to changing a system. Focusing on only one, let's say bias training for mental modes, while ignoring the policies, the resources, and the relationships, is not as promising as addressing the 3 areas. Just as changing a policy without affecting or addressing people's mental states, their habits of mind, is kind of a hopeful strategy, but hope is not a strategy unless we're talking about interrupting hopelessness. So our recommendation is that there are a lack of shared systems, and so we believe that the next step should involve working with district leaders as well as highly effective practitioners, those who work with emergent bilingual students and their families. Those 2 groups, those 2 stakeholder groups, the practitioners and the district leaders, will need to get together to determine which aspects, using this resource that we created, which aspects of the system require further inquiry. Focusing specifically on the service delivery issue, we believe that they should determine which aspects of the service delivery require closer examination and should be prioritized for development and improvement. Through that collaboration and the experience of those practitioners who are on the ground working with students and families, we believe that the district will have a promising path forward. When you couple this work with the district equity review, you have a rich data set that provides greater ways of knowing about the district, about where to channel our energy and our resources. Thank you so much for your time.
President Proctor, my recommendation to the board is, considering that the presenter was able to put together these 2 videos for us, but isn't here to engage in the in-depth question and answer period, I want to just suggest to the school board that we think of this next 30 days until our next school board meeting as an opportunity to allow the public and our stakeholders to have time with this report, because there's quite a bit in the findings for the equity review, the process analysis, as well as the school design. And then, as I stated before, we do have an agreement for Bond to come to our September regular school board meeting and answer questions and engage in a more thorough conversation with the board. So that would be my recommendation, is open up for any public comment that might be there, but then on the board side of it, maybe just reserve more of those questions until Bond is here and can respond.
Yes.
I'm sorry, President Proctor, you just cut out. Was that the call for me to go to public comment? Okay, we might be having audio issues with you, but I will go to public comment. If there are any members of the public that would like to make comment on this item, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, President Proctor, we have no hands for public comment.
Okay, I don't know if anyone can hear me, but yes, okay.
We can hear you now.
Okay, great. Any final comments on this, or we'll just save them? Okay, we'll save them. Moving on to item 10, board member statements and requests for future agenda items.
I have one. I would like to request, I don't think it has to be like at our very next board meeting, but sometime in the next couple of months for us to revisit the conversation around ethnic studies.
I'll just make a couple of statements. First one, last night I attended the Burrell Back to School night, which my son was at. And I will really want to thank the Burrell staff and the district staff, anyone who's helped out. I thought it was really well run. It was something that actually we really missed last year, because obviously last year we had the Omicron surge right at the beginning of the school year. And so we weren't able to, we had to do a virtual back to school night, but being in person, walking to each classroom, meeting the teachers, it was actually really, really great. And it was really great community building, sort of a school community building event. And I thought it was fantastic. One of my son's teacher, who was a 20-year veteran there at Burrell, she did say, without knowing, of course, who I am or anything, because I'm masked up and everything and dressed down, she did say the air conditioning is life-changing. It was at, of course, our meeting last night was, our back to school night was from 6 to 7:30, and it was still humid and warm outside, and the air conditioning was just flowing inside the classrooms. And so I just want to thank Patrick and Amy and everyone else. I know that the construction season is very short for us because of our summer and our modified school schedule, but it really worked out. And I think that at least Burrell, and I hope other schools will really see the difference. Second thing is, I don't necessarily need a agenda item on this, but I've been asked a few times. We've now got Parent Square, but there's a lot of questions between what's the difference between Aries, Parent Square, Google Classroom, and School. And it'd be great to have some sort of answer, whether it's an infographic or something, some kind of thought to it. I know that both the elementary and middle school systems were separate and different. And just like tonight, I received a school loop message from the middle school, Burrell, but I received an Aries message through for elementary. And so it is slightly confusing. And so it'd be great if we could just have some sort of PR piece about it. Thank you.
I was going to say that I also went to back to school night, but mine was at Bowditch, and I have an 8th grader, so this was actually my first time going to an in-person back to school night after being there for 2 years. And it was really awesome to go to the classroom, see the teachers, see friends that I know. And it was a really good event. And I appreciated, although we didn't have new air conditioning, we did get to see what Bowditch is going to look like in a few years. So that was exciting. And I could tell that people were really excited about that. And then our principal did a really good job of talking about some of the things that we've been talking about here at the board meetings, including the new discipline matrix and obviously yonder pouches and just really keeping parents informed, because I don't think everybody's able to log into these meetings, but it was nice to hear. And then I just wanted to say that I thought tonight's meeting was really great. We had some really amazing topics that we've all talked about tonight, and it just gives me a lot of hope for the kids in our community and for our future. And I'm just really impressed by all the work that everybody's done this past year, and just really excited about the future. And so I'm proud to be part of this school district. So thanks to everybody for their hard work. Okay, that's good. Let's move on to future. Did you have something? Okay, future meeting dates. Our next one's September 1st, which is the study session, and then we have September 15th. Okay. So we'll. Okay, this is our first time doing closed session at the end. So item 12 are public comments on closed session items. So Peter, could we check if anybody has any public comments?
Absolutely. If there's any members of the public that have public comment on any of the closed session items, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, President Proctor, we have no hands for public comment.
Okay, then we're going to recess to closed session. There's 4 items that we're going to be talking about. Existing litigation, government code section 54956.91D case. Oh, that's a really long case number. It's on the agenda. And then existing litigation, government code section 54956.91D, a second case. Anticipated litigation, government code section 54956.9D2. And anticipated litigation, government code section 54956.9D2. So we will go into closed session now at 10:20 p.m. Thank you.
President Proctor, go ahead.
Okay, we're going to report out from our closed session. Item 13A, sorry. A majority of the board in closed session voted 4-0 to approve a compromise agreement with parents of a student where the board has approved funding for an out-of-district private placement for the fall semester of 2022-2023 school year in exchange for releases and waivers of potential or threatened legal claims against the district. Item 13B, a majority of the board in closed session voted 4-0 to approve a compromise agreement with parents of a student in Office of Administrative Hearings case number 2022-050266, where the board has approved funding for students' private educational program for the 2020-2021 and 2021-2022 school years in exchange for releases and waivers of threatened and actual legal claims against the district. Item 13C, the board took action in closed session and unanimously approved the recommendation to deny claim number 2022-01147. 13D, the board took action in closed session and voted 3 yeses, trustee Chin, trustee Proctor, and trustee Watkins, and 1 abstention with trustee Corzo. And we approved the recommendation to deny claim number 2022-01013. We are moving on to adjournment. Can I get a motion, please?
Motion to adjourn. Second.
Thank you, Trustee Watkins and Trustee Corzo. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, good night. It's 11:05.